November dawn breaks across the Ganges plain. Inside an ancient monastery built more than 2,000 years ago, a monk strikes a brass bowl. Its low hum rolls through the halls where no statues of a creator, God watch from above, where no divine commandments hang on the walls. Only silence, a balance that millions have mistaken for emptiness, and millions more have mistaken for meaning. The Buddha once sat beneath a tree not far from here, asked questions that kings feared and refused to answer the ones philosophers demanded. Today he is revered by some as a god, followed by others as a teacher, and studied by many as a psychologist. Tonight we ask a question as old as his footsteps. Was this a religion without a god, or a godless philosophy that became a religion? To understand what made Buddhism revolutionary, we must first understand the world that produced Siddhartha Gautama. The 6th century BCE in northern India was a landscape dominated entirely by divine forces, ritual power, and priestly authority. This was not a world where atheism was debated, or where religious skepticism found public expression. This was a civilization built upon the assumption that gods controlled every aspect of existence, and that human survival depended on maintaining proper relations with these cosmic powers. The religious ecology of this period centered on the Vedic tradition, a complex system of beliefs and practices preserved in Sanskrit texts called the Vedas. These were not books in the modern sense, but collections of hymns, prayers, and ritual instructions passed down orally for generations before being committed to writing. The oldest of these, the Rig Veda, contained over 1,000 hymns addressed to various deities who controlled natural phenomena and cosmic order. Agni was the god of fire, present in every sacrificial flame and every hearth. Indra was the warrior god who slew demons and brought rain. Varuna was the keeper of cosmic law, the divine judge who punished those who violated sacred truth. These were not distant, abstract concepts, but immediate presences in daily life. When a Brahmin priest lit a sacrificial fire, Agni was believed to be physically present, consuming offerings and carrying them to the other gods. When monsoon rains arrived, Indra had answered prayers and ritual obligations. When someone fell ill or suffered misfortune, Varuna might be punishing moral transgression. The entire social order was understood to reflect divine design. The caste system divided society into 4 major groups, each with roles believed to be cosmically ordained. At the top were the Brahmins, the priestly class who alone possessed the knowledge and authority to perform rituals that maintained the universe. Below them were the Kshatriyas, the warrior and ruling class. Then came the Vaishyas, merchants and farmers. Finally the Shudras, labourers and servants. Outside this system entirely were those considered untouchable, too polluted to participate in normal social life. This was not merely social convention but theological reality. The very word for caste, varna, meant colour and suggested fundamental differences in spiritual essence. Birth into a particular caste reflected karma from previous lives, divine justice working through reincarnation. The Brahmins maintained their position, not through political power alone, but through exclusive access to sacred knowledge. Only they could properly pronounce Sanskrit mantras. Only they understood the precise ritual procedures that gods required. Only through them could anyone else access divine favour. Ritual dominated life in ways difficult for modern people to grasp. The sacrificial system required constant performance of elaborate ceremonies. A wealthy patron might sponsor a great public sacrifice lasting days, involving multiple fires, dozens of priests reciting in perfect synchronization, and the offering of hundreds of animals. These were not optional religious activities, but necessary maintenance of cosmic order. The word used for this order was RTA, a concept predating even the gods themselves, an impersonal principle of truth and rightness that gods and humans alike were bound to uphold. Smaller rituals pervaded daily existence. morning prayers to the sun god Surya, offerings to household gods at mealtimes, elaborate rites surrounding birth, marriage, and death, purification ceremonies after contact with polluting substances. Every significant action required ritual preparation. Every important decision demanded consultation with Brahmin priests who could determine auspicious times and necessary offerings. The economic implications were enormous. Brahmins received substantial payments for performing rituals, creating a class with both spiritual authority and material wealth. A family might spend months of income on a single important ceremony. Villages pooled resources for seasonal sacrifices. Kings employed dozens of priests at court to ensure divine favour in governance and warfare. Religion was not separate from economics, politics, or social life, but constituted the framework within which all these operated. Philosophically, the Vedic worldview presented a universe under constant divine surveillance. Gods observed human actions, rewarded virtue with prosperity, punished vice with suffering. But divine will was not always comprehensible. Gods could be capricious, demanding, easily offended. They engaged in conflicts with demons and with each other. They required feeding through sacrifice, praise through hymns, and respect through ritual. Humans existed in a middle position, above animals but below gods, dependent on maintaining proper relations with supernatural powers. By the 6th century BCE, this system was showing strains. The older, simpler Vedic religion had grown increasingly complex and expensive. Brahmin authority had expanded to the point where even kings depended on priestly approval. The philosophical texts called Upanishads composed during this period began exploring questions the earlier Vedas had not addressed. What was the ultimate nature of reality? What happened to the self after death? Was there something deeper than the multiplicity of gods? These early Upanishads preserved debates between philosophers, often taking place in royal courts. They introduced concepts that would profoundly influence Indian thought. Brahman, the universal cosmic principle, Atman, the individual soul or self, and the idea that these might be identical, that the deepest essence of the individual was continuous with the ultimate reality of the universe. These were radical notions, suggesting that ritual sacrifice to external gods might be less important than internal understanding. Even more radical were the Shramana movements. The Sanskrit word Shramana means one who strives or exerts effort, and it designated wandering ascetics who rejected the entire Brahmin system. These were men, and occasionally women, who renounced family life, caste identity, and settled existence to pursue spiritual liberation through their own efforts. They wore distinctive clothing, often just rough cloth or even going naked. They lived on alms, refusing to work or accumulate property. They gathered disciples and taught alternative paths to understanding. The Shramanas represented something genuinely new in Indian religious history. They did not accept Brahmin authority. They rejected the necessity of ritual sacrifice. They often questioned or denied the existence of gods, or at least denied that gods had any relevance to spiritual liberation. They proposed that through extreme asceticism, through meditation, through philosophical inquiry, or through moral discipline, an individual could achieve liberation from the cycle of rebirth without any assistance from priests or deities. Different Shramana teachers proposed wildly different doctrines. The Ajivikas, led by Makali Gosala, taught absolute determinism. Everything that happened was fated. Human effort made no difference. One simply had to wait for destiny to unfold across countless rebirths. The Jains, followers of Mahavira, who was roughly contemporary with the Buddha, taught that liberation required extreme non-violence and ascetic practice to burn off karma accumulated over countless lives. Various materialist teachers argued that no soul survived death, that consciousness was merely a product of bodily elements, and that seeking pleasure while avoiding pain was the only rational approach to life. These alternative movements appealed particularly to members of the merchant class, who had grown wealthy through trade but remained subordinate to Brahmins in ritual status. They attracted intellectuals frustrated with the dogmatism of Vedic orthodoxy. They found patrons among some kings who resented priestly influence in political affairs. The Shramana ascetics represented a counterculture, a rejection of the entire god-centered, priest-dominated social order. For an ordinary villager in 6th century BCE northern India, however, religion remained overwhelmingly theistic and ritual-focused. Most people never encountered Shramana philosophers or studied Upanishadic texts. Their religious world consisted of immediate concerns. Would the rains come? Would crops grow? Would children survive infancy? Would illness strike? These questions demanded divine answers. Local deities presided over wells, trees, and crossroads. Gods dwelt in rivers and mountains. Spirits could possess the unwary. Ghosts of the dead required regular offerings. Fear dominated religious consciousness as much as devotion. The universe was populated with powerful beings who could help or harm. Dharma, right action, required constant attention. Ritual pollution could occur through seemingly innocent contact. Caste rules governed whom one could eat with, marry, or even speak to. Violating these rules risked not just social consequences, but cosmic punishment. The idea of living without regard for divine powers, without performing proper rituals, without maintaining ritual purity, would strike most people as not just foolish but terrifying. This was the world into which Siddhartha Gautama was born, a world saturated with gods, a world where priestly authority controlled access to knowledge and spiritual advancement, a world where religious truth was inherited, not discovered, a world where questioning divine order meant rejecting the entire foundation of society. What made Buddhism revolutionary was not that it offered a different set of gods or a new set of rituals, but that it questioned whether gods were necessary at all for understanding suffering and achieving liberation. Reconstructing the historical Buddha presents significant challenges. The earliest Buddhist texts were not written down until several centuries after his death, preserved instead through oral transmission in monastic communities. Later traditions added extensive legendary material, miraculous birth stories, encounters with demons, supernatural powers. Separating the historical figure from devotional elaboration requires careful analysis of the earliest textual layers and comparison with what we know of the broader historical context. The most reliable sources are the Pali Canon, texts preserved in Sri Lanka and considered by Theravada Buddhism to be the oldest complete collection of the Buddha's teachings, and the Chinese Agamas, parallel collections translated from Sanskrit and Prakrit sources. Where these independent traditions agree, particularly in prose passages rather than verse, we can have reasonable confidence we are accessing very early material. Archaeological evidence provides additional confirmation. Inscriptions from the 3rd century BCE refer to Buddhist sites, indicating an already established tradition. From these sources, we can establish certain facts with reasonable certainty. The Buddha was born Siddhartha Gautama in the 6th or 5th century BCE in what is now Nepal. The precise dates remain debated, with scholarly estimates ranging from 56486 BCE to 49410 BCE. But most historians place his life somewhere in the mid-1st millennium BCE. He was born into the Shakya clan, a small republican state rather than the great kingdom of later legend. His father Suddhodana was likely an elected oligarch rather than an absolute monarch, part of a warrior-class family with political influence but not vast wealth. The later tradition transformed his early life into a fairy tale, a prince raised in complete luxury, shielded from all knowledge of suffering, living in multiple palaces for different seasons. The historical reality was almost certainly more modest. He was born into a relatively privileged position within his small society, educated in the skills expected of his class, married young according to custom. His wife's name was Yashodhara, a fact confirmed across multiple early sources. They had a son named Rahula, whose name appears throughout the early texts as he later becomes a monk. The famous 4 sights that supposedly prompted his religious quest, an old person, a sick person, a corpse, and a wandering ascetic, are presented in the earlier sources not as literal biographical events, but as doctrinal motifs explaining what motivated many to seek spiritual solutions. Siddhartha would certainly have encountered aging, illness, death, and religious seekers in ordinary life. The textual presentation transforms common human experiences into a narrative that emphasizes the universality of suffering and the attraction of the Shramana path. What does appear historically solid is that Siddhartha, at age 29 according to tradition, made a decision that was unusual but not unprecedented in his cultural context. He renounced household life to become a wandering ascetic. This meant abandoning his family, his social position, and his future responsibilities to seek spiritual liberation. In the context we have described, where Shramana movements were attracting followers, this was a recognized if controversial choice, particularly for someone of his social standing. The early texts describe his training under 2 prominent meditation teachers, Alara Kalama and Uddaka Ramaputta. These were real historical figures whose teachings, preserved in early Buddhist literature, focused on achieving advanced meditative status. Under Alara Kalama, Siddhartha learned to reach the sphere of nothingness, a deep meditative absorption where consciousness of all objects ceased. Under Uddaka Ramaputta, he achieved the even more refined sphere of neither perception nor non-perception, a state of consciousness so subtle it bordered on unconsciousness. These were impressive accomplishments, representing years of intensive meditation practice, but Siddhartha concluded that even these exalted states did not provide the liberation he sought. When consciousness returned to normal, suffering remained. The problem of old age, sickness, and death was not solved by temporarily escaping awareness of it. He needed something more fundamental, some understanding that would permanently transform his relationship to existence. He turned to asceticism, joining a group of 5 fellow seekers who practiced extreme self-mortification. The text describes 6 years of progressively more severe austerities, eating single grains of rice, holding his breath until he passed out, refusing to move even when attacked by insects, reducing his food intake until his body became skeletal. These practices were common among Shramana ascetics, based on the theory that the body was a barrier to spiritual realization and that purifying consciousness required punishing the flesh. The Buddha himself later described this period with startling frankness. The texts preserve his accounts of physical deterioration. His spine became visible through his stomach skin, his hair fell out when touched, his eyes sank in their sockets. He nearly died multiple times, and crucially he concluded that this approach was as useless as the meditation techniques had been. Extreme asceticism did not lead to liberation, it led only to suffering and debilitation. This recognition marked a turning point. He abandoned asceticism, began eating properly again, and rejected both the extreme luxury he had known in his youth and the extreme self-denial he had practiced as an ascetic. This principle became fundamental to Buddhist teaching, the middle way between indulgence and mortification, between sensory excess and self-punishment. Both extremes failed because both were predicated on a wrong understanding of the nature of suffering. What happened next is presented in the early texts with remarkable restraint compared to later elaborations. Siddhartha sat down beneath a peepal tree near the village of Bodh Gaya, determined not to rise until he achieved awakening. The texts describe this not as a dramatic battle with demons, though later tradition would add such elements, but as a process of sustained meditation through one night, moving through progressively deeper understanding. The canonical account describes 3 watches of the night. In the first, he gained knowledge of his past lives. seeing how he had been born and reborn through countless existences. This was not supernatural revelation, but a meditation technique others claim to achieve as well. In the second watch, he developed the divine eye, seeing how beings everywhere were born and reborn according to their karma, their actions. Again, this was a standard Shramana claim about advanced meditation. The crucial development came in the third watch, understanding the Four Noble Truths and the chain of dependent origination. This was not knowledge gained from your gods or revelation from supernatural sources, but insight arising from his own analysis of experience. He understood suffering, its cause, its cessation, and the path leading to its cessation. He understood how consciousness, craving, attachment, and action link together to perpetuate the cycle of rebirth. He achieved nirvana, the extinguishing of craving and ignorance. This awakening transformed Siddhartha Gautama into the Buddha, the awakened one. The title was not unique. Other teachers claimed to be awakened, and the word simply meant one who had woken up to truth. But for his followers, this awakening represented something unprecedented, complete liberation achieved entirely through human effort, without divine assistance, without priestly mediation, without ritual sacrifice. The texts describe his immediate response. He initially doubted whether what he had realized could be taught. It was too subtle, too contrary to ordinary thinking, too likely to be misunderstood. According to some accounts, the god Brahma Sahampati appeared to request that he teach for the sake of beings. Whether this represents a historical event, a later addition, or the Buddha's internal deliberation transformed into narrative dialogue remains debated. What matters historically is that he decided to teach. He sought out his 5 former companions, the ascetics he had practiced with, before abandoning extreme self-mortification. He found them at Sarnath near Varanasi, in what is now called the Deer Park. They initially planned to ignore him, viewing his abandonment of asceticism as weakness. But something in his demeanour changed their minds. He delivered his first sermon, setting in motion what Buddhists call the Wheel of Dharma. This first teaching, preserved in multiple versions across different Buddhist traditions, laid out the core doctrine. Existence is characterized by dukkha, usually translated as suffering but more accurately indicating unsatisfactoriness, stress, unreliability. This suffering has a cause, tanha or craving thirst, the grasping desire that can never be permanently satisfied. There is an end to suffering, nirvana, the extinguishing of craving, and there is a path to that end, the noble eightfold path of right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. The 5 ascetics became his first monastic disciples. As word spread, others joined. Wealthy merchants sponsored the new movement, donating parks and buildings for the monks to stay during the rainy season. Kings granted protection and occasionally patronage. The Buddha spent the next 45 years wandering across northern India, teaching, debating with other religious leaders, establishing a monastic order that accepted men and eventually, after some reluctance, women as well. The early texts preserve remarkably consistent portraits of his teaching method. He did not claim authority based on divine revelation or inherited wisdom. He did not demand faith or acceptance without understanding. Instead, he analyzed experience, questioned assumptions, and encouraged people to test teachings against their own observation. When someone asked about metaphysical questions, did the universe have a beginning, was the soul eternal, he often refused to answer, redirecting attention to practical questions about suffering and liberation. This approach created tension with other religious teachers. Brahmin priests accused him of undermining divine authority and caste hierarchy. Materialist philosophers found his ethical teachings irrational if no soul survived death. Other Shramana leaders criticized his middle way as compromise and weakness. The Buddha engaged these critics not with appeals to superior authority, but with reasoned argument, often turning question back on questioners to expose contradictions in their own positions. His daily life, as described in the Vinaya texts that regulate monastic conduct, was remarkably ordinary. He rose early, meditated, and went on alms rounds to collect food. He spent midday hours teaching monks and lay people. Afternoons were for rest and private discussions. Evenings brought more teaching sessions. He walked constantly, travelling between villages and cities throughout the Ganges plain. He suffered physical ailments, dealt with organisational problems in the monastic order, and confronted political upheavals as kingdoms warred around him. The texts also preserve remarkably human moments. He suffered from back pain in his later years, sometimes asking his attendant Ananda to prepare his sitting spot with extra care. He enjoyed certain foods. He had preferences about where to stay. He expressed frustration when monks behaved badly or misunderstood teachings. He clearly had close friendships with certain disciples and difficult relationships with others, particularly his cousin Devadatta, who eventually tried to split the monastic order. At age 80, while travelling to the small town of Kushinagar, the Buddha became severely ill after eating a meal offered by a blacksmith named Kunda. The texts suggest food poisoning, possibly from spoiled pork or mushrooms. Knowing death approached, he travelled to a grove of sal trees and lay down between two of them. His final words, preserved across traditions, were, "All conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive on with diligence." He died as he had lived, without calling on gods for help, without claiming to transcend human mortality, without promising his consciousness would continue guiding disciples. He simply passed away, his body cremated in a funeral ceremony attended by both monastic followers and local nobles. His relics were divided among several kingdoms, each building monuments to house their share. The religion he founded would transform the world, but the man himself died as all humans do, worn out, in pain, letting go. What made Buddhism revolutionary was not merely that Siddhartha Gautama became enlightened, but how he became enlightened and what that enlightenment revealed. To understand Buddhism's relationship to theism, we must examine its central doctrines with precision, looking at what the earliest texts actually say rather than what later interpretation added. The Four Noble Truths form the foundation of Buddhist teaching, delivered in that first sermon at Sarnath, and elaborated throughout the Buddha's teaching career. These truths are presented not as revealed dogma, but as accurate observations about existence that anyone can verify through careful attention. The first noble truth states that existence is characterized by dukkha. This Pali word resists simple translation. Suffering captures part of its meaning, but suggests only intense pain. Dukkha includes obvious suffering like physical pain, grief, and despair, but extends to subtler forms of dissatisfaction. Even pleasure is dukkha because it does not last. Even neutral experience is dukkha because it occurs in a system where lasting satisfaction remains impossible. The word suggests something off-kilter, unreliable, incapable of providing the security or happiness we crave. The texts catalogue 8 forms of dukkha in its most comprehensive formulation. Birth is dukkha, aging is dukkha, illness is dukkha, death is dukkha, association with the disliked is dukkha, separation from the liked is dukkha, not getting what one wants is dukkha, and the 5 aggregates of clinging are dukkha. This last requires explanation. Humans are composed of form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. These 5 aggregates are in constant flux, without stable essence, and our attempt to find permanent self or lasting satisfaction in them produces suffering. The second noble truth identifies the origin of dukkha as tanha, usually translated as craving, thirst, or desire. This is not desire in general, but specifically the grasping, clinging form of desire that seeks permanent satisfaction in impermanent things. The texts identify three forms: craving for sensual pleasure, craving for existence itself, and craving for non-existence. We want pleasant experiences to continue. We want our sense of self to persist. Or alternatively, we wish to escape from existence entirely. All three forms perpetuate suffering because they misunderstand the nature of reality. This craving links to ignorance of how things actually are. We believe in permanent selves when no such self exists. We believe things can provide lasting satisfaction when everything changes. We believe we can control experience when countless factors beyond our control shape what happens. This fundamental misunderstanding drives us to crave what cannot fulfill us, creating an endless cycle of dissatisfaction. The third noble truth declares that dukkha can cease. Nirvana, the extinction of craving and ignorance, is possible. This is not annihilation, but liberation from the compulsive patterns that generate suffering. The texts describe nirvana with negative language: the unconditioned, the deathless, the unborn, the unmade, because it transcends the categories ordinary consciousness uses. It is not a place or a state in the normal sense, but the ending of the process that creates suffering. The fourth noble truth presents the path to this cessation, the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view means understanding the Four Noble Truths and the nature of reality. Right intention means cultivating thoughts of renunciation, goodwill, and harmlessness. Right speech means avoiding lying, divisive speech, harsh speech, and idle chatter. Right action means abstaining from killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. Right livelihood means avoiding occupations that cause harm. Right effort means preventing unwholesome states from arising and cultivating wholesome states. Right mindfulness means maintaining awareness of body, feelings, mind, and mental contents. Right concentration means developing the focused meditative states that allow direct insight into reality. This path requires no divine assistance. No God grants right view, instills right intention, or bestows right concentration. These are human capacities to be developed through sustained effort. The Buddha described himself as merely showing the path. Each person must walk it themselves. He used the metaphor of a raft. His teaching was a tool for crossing the river of suffering, not something to be carried forever once the far shore was reached. The philosophical framework supporting these truths is the doctrine of dependent origination, considered by many scholars the Buddha's most distinctive intellectual contribution. This doctrine explains how suffering arises through a chain of mutually conditioning factors, none of which is uncaused or permanent. The standard formulation presents 12 links: ignorance conditions mental formations, which condition consciousness, which conditions name and form, mind and body, which conditions the 6 sense bases, which conditions contact, which conditions feeling, which conditions craving, which conditions clinging, which conditions becoming, which conditions birth, which conditions aging, death, and all forms of suffering. Each link depends on previous links. Remove any link and the chain breaks. This is explicitly presented as an alternative to both eternalism, the view that souls are permanent, and annihilationism, the view that death is complete cessation. The Buddha taught that what we call a person is a process, not a thing. Consciousness continues from moment to moment and from life to life, not because an eternal soul transmigrates, but because conditions from one moment give rise to consciousness in the next. It is like a flame passing from one candle to another. No substance transfers, yet continuity exists. Crucially, this entire system operates without divine intervention. No God creates the chain of dependent origination. No God enforces karma. No God judges who achieves liberation. The Buddha compared dependent origination to natural law. When certain conditions are present, certain results follow, just as fire produces smoke when fuel and oxygen are present. Understanding this causal pattern allows one to interrupt it. The doctrine of anatta, or non-self, follows from this analysis. The text repeatedly insists that nothing within experience constitutes a permanent, unchanging self. Form is not self because it changes and cannot be controlled. Feeling is not self for the same reason. Perception, mental formations, and consciousness are all equally not self. The belief in a permanent self is simply a mistake arising from ignorance, one that generates endless suffering as we try to protect and promote something that doesn't exist in the way we imagine. This teaching shocked the Buddha's contemporaries. Both Brahmin priests and many Shramana teachers accepted the existence of Atman, the soul or self. The Upanishads had declared that Atman and Brahman were identical, that the individual soul was ultimately one with universal reality. The Buddha rejected this entirely. There is no Atman, there is no Brahman in the sense of an unchanging absolute. There is only the flow of conditioned phenomena, dependently arising and ceasing. Karma in Buddhism is not divine justice but impersonal causation. Actions have consequences because intentions shape consciousness, and consciousness conditions future experience. Good actions produce wholesome results. Bad actions produce unwholesome results. Not because a God rewards and punishes, but because that is how causation works. Killing, stealing, and lying harm oneself because they reinforce mental patterns of craving, hatred, and delusion. Generosity, compassion, and wisdom benefit oneself because they reduce these destructive patterns. This framework makes liberation a psychological achievement rather than a divine gift. One becomes enlightened by understanding reality accurately and transforming consciousness accordingly. The Buddha described the enlightened mind using various metaphors: a flame that has gone out because fuel was exhausted, a great ocean unstirred by waves, a space that nothing can stain. These point to a mind no longer driven by craving, no longer clouded by ignorance, no longer producing the conditions for suffering. The early texts preserve the Buddha's insistence that understanding must be direct, not merely intellectual. He distinguished between knowledge about these truths and penetrative insight into them. Many people understood his doctrines intellectually, but had not transformed consciousness. Others, with less education, might grasp the core insight more deeply. The difference lay in whether understanding changed how one actually experienced moment-to-moment existence. This emphasis on direct experience led to the development of detailed meditation instructions. The texts preserve systematic approaches to developing both calm and insight. Calm meditation samatha involved focusing attention on a single object, the breath, a visual mark, a phrase, until the mind became unified and tranquil, eventually reaching the jhanas, states of profound absorption and bliss. Insight meditation vipassana involved carefully observing bodily sensations, feelings, and mental states to see directly their impermanent, unsatisfying, and non-self nature. Neither practice required belief in gods. A meditator might be a committed atheist and still achieve profound states of concentration and clarity. The methods worked because they addressed how consciousness actually functions, not because they invoked supernatural aid. The Buddha compared his teaching to a medicine. It worked not because of who prescribed it or whether one had faith in the physician, but because it addressed the actual disease. The ethical dimension of Buddhism similarly required no divine foundation. The precepts, avoiding killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, and intoxication, were not commandments from a god, but guidelines for reducing suffering. One refrained from killing not to obey divine law, but because killing reinforced hatred and harmed both victim and perpetrator. One cultivated generosity not to earn heavenly reward, but because generosity reduced greed and created wholesome mental states. The Buddha argued that ethical behavior was rational self-interest rightly understood. Since actions condition consciousness and consciousness conditions future experience, since what we call self is a process continuing from life to life until liberation is achieved, wholesome action benefits the very continuum of consciousness we identify with. This required no belief in an eternal soul or divine judgment, only recognition of causal patterns. When asked whether he was a god, a Gandhava, a yaksha, or a human being, the Buddha consistently replied that he was none of these. He had abandoned the conditions that would lead to rebirth in any realm. He was simply awakened. This refusal to claim divine status persisted in the earliest textual layers, and only later did devotional traditions begin treating him as a god. The most philosophically sophisticated aspect of early Buddhism may be what it refused to say. The Buddha repeatedly declined to answer certain questions that occupied other philosophers. These became known as the 14 unanswered questions, preserved in several texts with remarkable consistency. The questions concerned whether the world is eternal or not eternal, whether it is finite or infinite, whether the soul and body are identical or different, and whether the Tathagata exists after death or not. When pressed to answer these questions, the Buddha offered various responses. Sometimes he said they were not conducive to liberation and thus waste of time. Sometimes he said the questions were wrongly framed, based on false assumptions. Sometimes he simply maintained silence. In one famous text, he used the metaphor of a man shot with a poisoned arrow. If the man refused treatment until he knew who shot the arrow, what wood the arrow was made from, and what feathers fletched it, he would die while seeking irrelevant information. The urgent matter was removing the arrow. This pragmatic focus frustrated philosophers seeking comprehensive metaphysical systems, but it was crucial to Buddhism's non-theistic character. Questions about cosmic origins, about the nature of the absolute, about ultimate substrates of reality. These were the domain of theological speculation. By refusing to engage them, the Buddha kept attention focused on suffering and its cessation, matters of direct human experience. The silence also avoided committing Buddhism to positions about divine reality. If he had claimed the universe was eternal, this might imply an eternal creator. If he had said it had a beginning, this raised questions about first causes. If he had said an enlightened being exists after death, this suggested an eternal soul. If he had said they cease entirely, this suggested annihilationism. By refusing all positions, he maintained a stance that was genuinely non-theistic, rather than either theistic or atheistic. This core teaching, the Four Noble Truths, dependent origination, non-self, karma as impersonal causation, ethics grounded in understanding rather than divine command, and agnosticism about ultimate metaphysical questions, formed a framework for liberation that required no gods. Whether gods existed or not was irrelevant to the central concern, understanding suffering and ending it. This made Buddhism unique in its historical context and created ongoing controversy about whether it constituted a religion at all. To claim Buddhism is atheistic oversimplifies the actual historical reality in a misleading way. While Buddhism denied the existence of a creator god and made divine beings unnecessary for liberation, the Buddha did not deny that devas and brahmas existed. The early texts are filled with gods, spirits, and supernatural beings. Understanding Buddhism's relationship to these entities reveals something more complex than either theism or atheism. The Pali Canon and early Buddhist texts present a detailed cosmology of multiple realms of existence. The desire realm contains hell realms, animal realms, hungry ghost realms, human realms, and lower heavenly realms. Above this is the form realm, inhabited by gods in meditation states. Higher still is the formless realm where beings exist in pure states of consciousness without physical form. This vast cosmology was not the Buddha's invention, but reflected widespread Indian beliefs that Buddhism inherited and modified. Within this system, devas are beings born in heavenly realms as a result of good karma. They experience long lives of pleasure and power, but they are not immortal, not omniscient, and not omnipotent. When their good karma exhausts itself, they die and are reborn elsewhere according to their remaining karma. They can help humans in limited ways and sometimes harm them, but they cannot grant liberation. They are simply beings at a different point in the cycle of rebirth, enjoying temporary happiness but still subject to suffering, aging, and death. The texts portray the Buddha's interactions with these gods in ways that establish his superiority to them. In multiple stories, devas visit the Buddha to ask questions, receive teachings, or pay respect. They acknowledge his wisdom exceeds theirs. In one famous dialogue, the god Sakka asks the Buddha about the nature of suffering, and the Buddha's explanation surpasses anything the god understood despite his divine status. The gods are students, not teachers, in the Buddhist framework. One particularly significant encounter occurs in the Brahmajala Sutta, where the Buddha describes how a being is first reborn in a heaven realm as it reforms after a cosmic cycle. This being, called Brahma, mistakenly believes he created the universe because he sees other beings appearing after him, not realizing they too are simply being reborn according to karma. These subsequently appearing beings worship him as creator, reinforcing his delusion. For countless eons, Brahma genuinely but mistakenly believes he is the eternal, omnipotent creator of all. This text represents a devastating critique of Brahmin theology. The supreme creator god of Vedic religion is reinterpreted as a deluded being suffering from ignorance about his own nature. He did not create the universe. He simply appeared in it and jumped to wrong conclusions. His worshippers reinforce his error. Neither Brahma nor his devotees understand the actual mechanisms of existence, dependent origination and karma. Yet the text does not deny Brahma's existence. He exists as a being in the cosmos, possessed of great power and long life, but he is not qualitatively different from other beings. He is subject to the same laws of karma and rebirth. He too could, in theory, achieve liberation by following the Buddha's teaching, though his long life and position of reverence make this unlikely. The text even specifies which meditation practice leads to rebirth in Brahma's heaven: cultivation of loving kindness, the wish for all beings to be happy. This pattern repeats throughout early Buddhist texts. Gods are real but limited. They are powerful but not omnipotent, long-lived but not eternal, wise but not omniscient. Most importantly, they cannot liberate beings from suffering. A god might use power to temporarily help someone, but that person remains in samsara, the cycle of rebirth. Only understanding and following the path to nirvana provides liberation, and gods must learn this path from the Buddha, not the reverse. The most famous example of divine subordination to the Buddha appears in texts describing Brahma Sahampati requesting that the Buddha teach. After his awakening, the Buddha contemplated whether anyone could understand what he had realized. The texts describe his thought process. This truth is profound, difficult to see, difficult to understand, beyond the reach of logic, subtle, comprehensible only to the wise. Beings are so attached to craving that they will find it nearly impossible to grasp dependent origination and nirvana. At this point, Brahma Sahampati appears, recognizes that the Buddha might remain silent, and entreats him to teach for the sake of those with little dust in their eyes who will understand. The Buddha surveys the world with divine eye, sees that indeed some beings could comprehend his teaching, and agrees to teach. This story presents significant interpretive challenges. One reading takes it literally. The Buddha really contemplated remaining silent, a god really appeared and requested teaching, and this divine intervention changed the Buddha's mind. This interpretation makes Buddhism's founding moment depend on divine action. Some modern scholars and practitioners find this theologically problematic, but traditional Buddhist cultures had no difficulty accepting that gods participated in significant events while remaining subordinate to the Buddha. Another interpretation sees the story as a literary device representing the Buddha's internal deliberation. The appearance of Brahma Sampati symbolizes the compassionate impulse to share what he had learned. This reading treats the god as a narrative element rather than a literal supernatural encounter, compatible with a more secularized understanding of Buddhism. A third reading accepts the supernatural encounter, but emphasizes that Brahma does not tell the Buddha what to teach, does not grant him special powers, and does not validate the truth of his realization. The god merely requests that the Buddha share what he has independently discovered. Even in this story that seems to grant God significant importance, the Buddha's enlightenment and teaching content come from his own efforts and insight. The text also describe numerous encounters with malevolent supernatural beings. Mara, the personification of death and delusion, appears throughout the narrative trying to tempt the Buddha away from teaching or to disturb his equanimity. Yakas, powerful spirits, sometimes threaten humans or monks. Nagas, serpent beings, appear in various contexts. These beings are treated as real entities within the cosmology, but are never granted ultimate power. The Buddha and his enlightened disciples consistently overcome them through mental cultivation, not through ritual appeasement or worship. A particularly revealing episode involves a Yakini, a female spirit, terrorizing a village. She devours children and demands worship. When a monk visits the village, the Yakini tries to frighten him. The monk remains completely calm, observing her with equanimity. Unable to shake his composure, the Yakini asks how he remains fearless. He explains he has seen through the illusion of self and no longer identifies with body or mind. Since he has nothing to lose, fear is impossible. The Yakini, impressed and humbled, requests teaching. The monk explains the Buddha's path, and the Yakini becomes a devoted protector of Buddhism. This story encapsulates Buddhism's relationship with supernatural beings. They exist, they have power, but they are subject to the same existential problems as humans. They experience fear, desire, confusion. They can benefit from Buddhist teachings. Most importantly, human enlightenment provides protection against supernatural threats more effective than any ritual or prayer. Cultivation of mind surpasses divine power. The cosmology of heavens and hells similarly reflects this hierarchy. Beings are born in hell realms as a result of very negative karma, experience intense suffering for vast periods, and are eventually reborn elsewhere when that karma exhausts itself. No god sends them to hell as punishment. Their own actions created the causal conditions for that rebirth. Similarly, beings born in heavenly realms got there through their good karma, not divine favor. The entire system operates mechanically through cause and effect. This creates a kind of moral physics. Good actions produce pleasant results as surely as heat rises and stones fall. Bad actions produce unpleasant results with the same necessity. One might call this divine justice metaphorically, but it requires no judge. It is simply how consciousness and karma function. The texts compare it to planting seeds. Wholesome seeds produce wholesome crops. Unwholesome seeds produce unwholesome crops. The farmer need not pray to gods. He need only understand agricultural cause and effect. The Buddha's disciples demonstrated this principle repeatedly in the texts. When someone asks Ananda whether the Buddha is compassionate, Ananda responds that the Buddha is not compassionate in the sense of emotionally favouring anyone, but the natural result of following his teaching is benefit, and the natural result of ignoring it is harm. This is not personal favoritism or a divine grace, but consequence. Yet despite this naturalistic framework, devotional practices appeared very early in Buddhist history. The texts describe people making offerings to the Buddha, bowing to him, circumambulating stupas containing his relics. After his death, his relics were divided and enshrined in monuments that became pilgrimage sites. People made offerings of flowers, incense, and lamps to these monuments. They recited verses praising the Buddha's qualities. These practices closely resembled worship of gods. The justification for these practices evolved. Making offerings to a stupa did not invoke divine intervention, but generated good karma through the wholesome mental state of reverence. Reciting praises cultivated inspiration and directed attention toward the qualities one wished to develop. Pilgrimage provided opportunity for reflection and communal religious practice. None of this required believing the Buddha literally responded to prayers or intervened supernaturally, yet the practices were indistinguishable in form from theistic worship. This ambiguity has persisted throughout Buddhist history. Is offering incense at a shrine prayer to a divine being, or simply a contemplative practice? When someone bows before a Buddha statue, are they worshipping a god or showing respect to the teacher whose example they follow? The answer varies by individual tradition and context. Buddhism accommodated both interpretations, maintaining its non-theistic philosophical core while allowing devotional practices that met psychological and social needs. The relationship between the Buddha's teaching and Hindu gods also evolved pragmatically. The Buddha did not campaign against belief in Vedic gods, he simply made them irrelevant to liberation. A person could continue making offerings to Indra and Varuna if they wished. This would not harm their spiritual progress as long as they understood gods could not grant liberation. Buddhist laypeople throughout Indian history continued participating in Hindu festivals and rituals while identifying primarily as Buddhists. This pragmatism extended to the Sangha's relationship with royal power. Kings who patronized Buddhism often simultaneously supported Brahmin priests. The famous Mauryan emperor Ashoka, one of Buddhism's greatest patrons, inscribed edicts proclaiming respect for all religious groups. Buddhist monasteries accepted donations from merchants who also funded Hindu temples. The Buddha explicitly permitted monks to accept food offered to gods if lay people wanted to dedicate the merit from feeding monks to divine beings. This flexibility gave Buddhism social viability. Had it demanded complete rejection of all supernatural beliefs, it would have alienated the vast majority of potential followers. By accepting the existence of gods while denying their ultimate importance, Buddhism created space for people to maintain cultural practices while gradually shifting toward a less theistic worldview. Whether this represents philosophical compromise or skillful means remains debated. The result was a religious tradition genuinely difficult to categorize. It denied a creator, so rejected divine revelation, made liberation independent of supernatural aid, and subjected all beings, including gods, to impersonal causal laws. Yet it populated the universe with divine entities, preserved stories of supernatural encounters, developed devotional practices that looked like worship and accommodated traditional beliefs. Buddhism was neither purely theistic nor purely atheistic, but occupied a unique position that would cause endless confusion for outside observers trying to understand whether it was a religion, a philosophy, or something else entirely. The Buddhist approach to metaphysics crystallizes in the famous 14 unanswered questions, also called the Avyakata, or undeclared points. These questions appear in multiple early texts with consistent framing. Prominent philosophers approach the Buddha asking fundamental questions about reality, and the Buddha refuses to answer. This refusal is not evasion, but represents a sophisticated philosophical stance that maintained Buddhism's non-theistic character while avoiding the dogmatism of both belief and disbelief. The 14 questions are traditionally grouped into 4 sets. First, Is the world eternal or not eternal, or both or neither? Second, is the world finite or infinite, or both or neither? Third, are the soul and body identical or different? Fourth, does the Tathagata exist after death or not exist, or both or neither? These were not idle curiosities, but central concerns in Indian philosophical debate. The eternalism or non-eternalism of the universe connected directly to questions about creation and divine causation. If the world was eternal, there could be no creator God who brought it into being. If it was not eternal, then something must have caused its beginning, seemingly requiring a first cause or divine creator. The question about the soul's relationship to the body touched on the nature of consciousness and personal identity. The question about the Tathagata's post-mortem existence asked whether enlightened beings achieved some form of eternal survival. The Buddha's response appears most famously in the Kula Malunkya Sutta, where a monk named Malunkyaputta threatens to leave the monastic order if the Buddha does not answer these questions. The Buddha responds with the famous poisoned arrow simile. Imagine a man struck by a poisoned arrow. A doctor arrives to help, but the man refuses treatment until he knows who shot the arrow, what the shooter's name was, what caste he belonged to, what the arrow was made from, what type of bow was used, and numerous other details. The man would die from the poison before obtaining this information. The urgent matter is removing the arrow. Similarly, the Buddha argues regardless of whether the world is eternal or not, whether it is finite or infinite, suffering exists, aging exists, death exists. His teaching addresses this suffering directly. Whether the cosmos had a beginning is irrelevant to someone experiencing dukkha right now. Metaphysical speculation does not end craving, does not eliminate ignorance, does not lead to peace or liberation. Therefore, he sets these questions aside as not worth answering. This pragmatic argument satisfied some questioners, but not all. More philosophically sophisticated interlocutors pressed further. Isn't understanding the nature of reality essential to liberation? How can one achieve right view without knowing whether the self is permanent? The Buddha's more sophisticated response pointed to flaws in how the questions were framed. Consider the question of whether the soul and body are identical or different. This assumes that something called a soul exists as a distinct entity, but the Buddha's teaching of anatta denies this. There is no unchanging soul separate from the flux of aggregates. The question assumes what needs to be proven. It's like asking whether the horns on a rabbit are blue or red. The question is wrongly formulated because rabbits have no horns. Similarly, asking whether the Tathagata exists after death assumes categories of existence and non-existence apply to one who has transcended the conditions that create existence. The enlightened person has extinguished the craving and ignorance that drive rebirth. Standard concepts of being and non-being, existence and cessation, do not adequately capture what nirvana means. The Buddha once illustrated this with a fire that has gone out. One does not ask whether the extinguished fire has gone north, south, east or west. The fire has simply gone out. The question about its location doesn't apply. In another dialogue, a wandering philosopher named Vakchagotta asks the Buddha whether he holds the view that the world is eternal. The Buddha says no. Does he hold the view that the world is not eternal? No. Does he hold the view that the soul and body are identical? No. That they are different? No. That the Tathagata exists after death? No. That he does not exist after death? No. Vakchagotta, confused, asks what the Buddha does hold. The Buddha responds that he understands form, its arising, its passing away. He understands feeling, perception, mental formations, consciousness, their arising and passing away. He is liberated by not clinging to any views about these things. This cataphatic approach, knowing by negation, resembles certain mystical traditions in other religions, but serves a different function in Buddhism. It is not that ultimate reality is ineffable mystery, accessible only through paradox. Rather, the Buddha argues that liberation comes through direct understanding of conditioned phenomena, not through intellectual positions about unconditioned absolutes. Metaphysical views are themselves conditioned mental formations, products of craving for intellectual certainty. Clinging to any view, even correct views, can become a barrier to liberation. The texts describe 10 fetters that bind beings to the cycle of rebirth. Among these are views about self-identity, doubt, and attachment to rules and rituals. Later in the list appear desire for form realm existence, desire for formless realm existence, and conceit. Only at the very end come restlessness and ignorance. The structure suggests that philosophical views, even sophisticated ones, are relatively superficial obstacles compared to deeper craving and delusion. Intellectual conviction that no self exists differs vastly from the direct penetrative insight that liberates. This stance allowed Buddhism to maintain philosophical agnosticism about precisely the questions that generated theistic systems. If the Buddha had declared the world had no beginning, this might imply eternalism and undercut the urgency of practice. If he had said it had a beginning, questions about causes would arise, potentially leading toward creator-god concepts. By refusing to answer, he kept Buddhism focused on experiential transformation rather than metaphysical speculation. Some texts suggest the Buddha did hold views on these matters, but considered them unhelpful to teach. The Aggivakshagotta Sutta describes how the Buddha knows the world is eternal, but does not declare it because such knowledge would not lead to enlightenment. Others interpret the refusal as indicating these questions have no meaningful answer within the Buddha's philosophical framework. The world is neither absolutely eternal nor absolutely non-eternal, because all phenomena are dependently originated, neither possessing independent existence nor being complete non-existence. This middle position between existence and non-existence became characteristic of Buddhist metaphysics, particularly in later Madhyamaka philosophy. Nothing exists in the way we ordinarily assume, as independent, permanent essence-bearing entity. Yet things are not complete nothingness. They function in dependency originated ways. This neither existence nor non-existence avoided both eternalist views that posited unchanging substances and nihilist views that denied causation and continuity. The Buddha's refusal to answer metaphysical questions also distinguished his movement from competing Shramana traditions. The Jains developed extremely detailed cosmologies mapping the structure of the universe with mathematical precision. They described the size, shape, and composition of realms, the number of souls in existence, and the mechanisms of karmic accumulation and exhaustion. The Ajivikas similarly detailed fate's operation across countless eons. The Buddha considered all such systems speculative and ultimately unhelpful. This agnosticism extended to questions about the gods. When asked whether gods exist, the Buddha did not give a yes or no answer satisfying to philosophers. The cosmology accepted gods as beings in the system, but their ontological status as creator, judge, or ultimate reality, the questions that mattered metaphysically, remained unanswered. Gods might exist as powerful beings, but whether they were eternal, whether they were uncaused, whether they transcended the system, the Buddha left undeclared. This created practical difficulties for later Buddhist philosophers trying to present Buddhism to audiences expecting systematic metaphysics. When Chinese Buddhists encountered Taoist concepts of the Tao as ultimate source, they sometimes borrowed this language to explain emptiness or Buddha nature, creating confusion about whether Buddhism posited an absolute. When Buddhist philosophers debated Hindu Vedantins in medieval India, both sides accused the other of failing to provide satisfactory accounts of ultimate reality. The Buddhist position that such accounts were unnecessary for liberation seemed like philosophical cowardice to critics. Yet this stance preserved Buddhism's experimental, empirical character. The Buddha consistently emphasized that he taught from direct knowledge, not philosophical speculation. When he described the heavens and hells, he claimed to have seen them with divine eye during meditation, not to have reason to their existence. When he explained dependent origination, he presented it as what he observed about consciousness and causation, not as a deductive system. And when he refused to answer metaphysical questions, he indicated limits to what meditation revealed. Some questions fell outside the domain of liberation-relevant knowledge. This epistemological modesty contrasted sharply with religious revelations claiming comprehensive cosmic knowledge. The Vedas purported to contain eternal truth spoken by gods or perceived by ancient seers. The Upanishads claimed to reveal the ultimate identity of Atman and Brahman. The Buddha made no such comprehensive claims. He knew what was relevant to suffering and liberation. Beyond that, he maintained what we might call noble ignorance, recognition that some questions cannot or need not be answered. The 14 unanswered questions thus served multiple functions. Practically, they avoided metaphysical debates that distracted from ethical and meditative practice. Philosophically, they prevented Buddhism from committing to positions that might be wrong or unhelpful. Socially, they allowed Buddhism to coexist with other worldviews without direct contradiction. Epistemologically, they modelled intellectual humility about claims beyond direct experience. This approach also maintained Buddhism's non-theistic character. The questions most likely to lead toward theology, about cosmic origins, about ultimate substances, about eternal existence, were precisely those left unanswered. Buddhism neither affirmed nor denied a creator God because the question was wrongly framed. Creation assumes a creator and created, existence and non-existence, beginnings and endings, all categories that Buddhism found inadequate for describing dependently originated reality. Modern interpreters have sometimes seen this as proto-scientific empiricism, or as anticipating logical positivism's rejection of metaphysics. These comparisons are imperfect. The Buddha did not reject metaphysics because it was meaningless or unverifiable in principle, but because it was unhelpful for liberation. The distinction matters. Buddhism's pragmatism was soteriological, not purely epistemological. Questions might have answers, but still not be worth asking. The lasting impact of this stance can be seen in how Buddhism adapted to different philosophical environments. When it entered cultures with strong theistic commitments, Buddhists could acknowledge local gods without compromising core teachings. When it encountered atheistic materialism in modern contexts, Buddhists could affirm that worldview's rejection of supernatural intervention while maintaining distinct positions on consciousness and ethics. This flexibility stemmed directly from the Buddha's refusal to take firm positions on questions unnecessary for awakening. The Buddha's teaching would have remained the insight of one man had he not created an institutional structure to preserve and transmit it. The Sangha, the monastic community, became the vehicle through which Buddhism survived and spread. Understanding how this community formed, organized itself, and dealt with internal challenges reveals how a non-theistic teaching created religious institutions traditionally associated with divine authority. The Buddha's first disciples were the 5 ascetics who heard his initial sermon at Sarnath. These men had practiced extreme asceticism with Siddhartha and initially rejected him for abandoning that path. After hearing his teaching, they became arhats, enlightened ones who had achieved liberation. This established a pattern. The Buddha taught, disciples practiced, some achieved enlightenment. Unlike religion centered on faith in divine revelation, Buddhism emphasized realization through one's own practice. Ordination into the Sangha was initially simple. When someone wished to become a monk, the Buddha would say, "Come, bhikkhu," and the person's hair would spontaneously fall out and monastic robes would appear. This legendary simplicity reflected early Buddhism's informal character. As the community grew, more formal procedures developed. Eventually, Ordination required a full assembly of at least 10 monks, a preceptor, a teacher, examination of the candidate, and formal recitation of emotion and announcements. The early Sangha wandered constantly except during the monsoon season when travel became impractical. Lay people donated parks or grottos where monks could stay during these rains retreats. The most famous was the Jetavana monastery in Savatta, donated by the wealthy merchant Anatha Pindika. Over time, these temporary shelters became permanent monastic establishments, though monks still technically owned no property and survived on donated food. The Buddha established rules gradually in response to specific incidents. The Vinaya texts preserve the origin story for each rule. A monk behaved inappropriately, lay people complained or the Buddha observed the problem, and he instituted a rule to prevent recurrence. This case-based approach created detailed regulations covering every aspect of monastic life, from how to wear robes to how to defecate properly. Some rules addressed serious ethical violations, others dealt with etiquette and decorum. The most serious rules, the Parajikas, involved permanent expulsion from the Sangha. These 4 rules prohibited sexual intercourse, theft of significant value, murder of a human being, and false claims to superhuman attainments. A monk who violated any Parajika could not remain ordained. These rules protected both the monastic community's integrity and its public reputation. Lay people supported monks materially in exchange for spiritual guidance. Serious ethical violations broke this implicit contract. Lesser rules carried lesser penalties. The Sanghadisesas involved temporary suspension and formal rehabilitation. The Nisagya Pachichas required forfeiture of improperly obtained items and confession. The Pasichas required simple confession. The lesser categories dealt with increasingly minor matters. The total number of rules for fully ordained monks eventually reached 227 in the Theravada tradition, though different Buddhist schools preserved slightly different numbers. This elaborate rule system might seem surprising in a non-theistic tradition. Rules usually come from divine authority. God commands, humans obey. But Buddhist monastic rules derive from the Buddha's judgment about what supported harmonious community life and spiritual practice. They were not eternal divine law, but practical regulations subject to interpretation and occasional modification. The Buddha explicitly told his disciples that after his death, minor rules could be abolished if the Sangha agreed, though uncertainty about which rules counted as minor meant most were preserved. The Sangha developed decision-making procedures that operated entirely through human consensus. Important matters required a formal assembly, proper motion, announcement of the motion, and communal agreement. Monks voted on accepting new members, on disciplinary matters, on changes to rules. This democratic process had limits. Junior monks deferred to senior monks, and the Buddha's words settled disputes during his lifetime. But it established precedent for human authority in religious matters. Disputes inevitably arose. The Buddha had to settle arguments between monks about doctrine, about rules, about property rights, about personal slights. The texts preserve his methods. Careful inquiry into facts, attention to each side's perspective, reference to established principles, and emphasis on harmony and reconciliation. He did not claim divine revelation told him who was right, but reasoned from agreed principles and practical consequences. One dispute became so serious it threatened the Sangha's survival. Monks in the city of Kosambi split into 2 factions over whether a particular action violated a rule. Each faction ordained new members to strengthen their position. They refused to participate in communal activities together. The Buddha tried multiple times to reconcile them, failed, and eventually left them to their conflict. Only when lay people stopped supporting both factions did the monk recognize their behavior's destructiveness and reconcile. This episode demonstrated that even the Buddha's authority had limits. He could not force consensus. the acceptance of women into the Sangha created another major controversy. According to the texts, the Buddha initially refused his stepmother, Mahapajapati Gautami's request to ordain. She persisted, gathering a group of women who shaved their heads, wore rough robes, and followed the Buddha on foot. Ananda advocated for them, asking whether women could achieve enlightenment. The Buddha confirmed they could. Ananda then asked why women should be barred from ordination if they had the same spiritual capacity. The Buddha relented but established additional rules for nuns, including that even the most senior nun ranked below the most junior monk. This episode has generated extensive scholarly and religious debate. Some historians question whether the reluctance and subordinating rules reflect the Buddha's actual views or represent later patriarchal additions to the texts. Others argue that 8 special rules for nuns reflect pragmatic concessions to social conservatism in 6th century BCE India, where independent communities of women were unprecedented. Feminist scholars point out that despite the additional restrictions, Buddhist nuns achieved recognition as capable of enlightenment unlike women in many other religious traditions. The nuns' order flourished in early Buddhism, producing enlightened teachers and attracting substantial lay support. Texts preserve the verses of enlightened nuns, the Theragatha, describing their struggles, insights, and liberation. These poems provide rare glimpses into women's religious lives in ancient India. They describe freedom from abusive husbands, from forced remarriage, from lives constrained by gender expectations. For many women, becoming a nun meant liberation in multiple senses. The Sangha also included lay people who took refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha without ordaining. Lay people followed 5 precepts rather than the hundreds binding monks. No killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct, no lying, no intoxication. They married, owned property, engaged in commerce, and participated in ordinary social life. Their role was to support the monastics materially while practicing ethics and meditation as their circumstances allowed. This created a symbiotic relationship. Monks depended entirely on lay people for food, clothing, shelter, and medicine. They could not grow food, cook for themselves, or handle money, though this rule was often creatively interpreted. Lay people depended on monks for teaching, for performing ceremonies, for generating merit through offerings, and for exemplifying the possibility of liberation. Neither group could exist without the other. Merit became central to lay religious practice. By giving to monks, especially enlightened monks, lay people generated good karma that would lead to better rebirths, and eventually to conditions suitable for pursuing enlightenment themselves. This was not divine grace, but causal consequence. Generosity reduced greed, developed wholesome mental states, and created positive karmic results. The text repeatedly emphasized that giving to the enlightened produced greater merit than giving to the unenlightened, not because enlightened beings granted special rewards, but because giving to those of supreme virtue had greater purifying effect on the giver's mind. This merit system inadvertently created economic incentives that would shape Buddhism development. Monasteries that housed enlightened monks or preserved the Buddha's relics attracted more donations. Successful monasteries acquired land, buildings, art, and eventually significant wealth. While individual monks owned nothing, the Sangha as institution became economically powerful, dependent on maintaining lay confidence to preserve this support. Disputes about proper practice were inevitable in a community explicitly denying divine revelation to settle them. After the Buddha's death, disagreements about what he actually taught and what practices were legitimate could not be definitively resolved. The first Buddhist council, held 3 months after the Buddha's death, attempted to recite and agree upon his teachings. Ananda, who had been the Buddha's personal attendant for decades, recited the suttas, the discourses. Upali, expert in monastic discipline, recited the Vinaya. 500 enlightened monks supposedly verified accuracy through their own recollections, but this created a significant problem. The Buddha left no designated successor, no supreme authority to interpret teachings. The texts describe his final instructions. Monks should take refuge in the Dharma and in themselves, not in any person. After he died, the teaching itself and individual insight should guide practice. This was consistent with Buddhism's emphasis on personal understanding but created institutional challenges. Without centralized authority, regional variations developed. Monasteries in different areas interpreted rules differently, emphasized different meditation techniques, and eventually disagreed on doctrinal matters. About a century after the Buddha's death, a second council convened to address 10 disputed practices related to monastic discipline. The more conservative faction insisted on strict interpretation of the Vinaya. The more liberal faction argued for adaptation to changing circumstances. This council supposedly resolved the immediate disputes but revealed deep tensions. These tensions eventually produced the first major schism, traditionally dated to the Second Council though possibly occurring later. The Mahasamgika, those of the Great Community, split from what would become the Theravada, teaching of the elders. The details remain historically uncertain, but the split concerned both monastic discipline and doctrinal matters, particularly the nature of arhats and the Buddha. The Mahasamgika apparently argued that arhats were not perfect, that they could still experience involuntary emissions during sleep, still have doubts about subtle points of doctrine, still make mistakes. The Theravada insisted that arhats were completely beyond such failings. This seemingly technical debate had profound implications. If arhats remained imperfect, then perhaps the Buddha remained a being among other beings rather than having achieved transcendent status. The more conservative position emphasized the Buddha's unique perfection, setting stage for later developments that would elevate him toward divine status. These institutional developments occurred entirely through human processes. No god appeared to settle disputes, no divine revelation provided correct interpretations, no supernatural authority designated successors. The Sangha relied on textual preservation, collective memory, reasoned debate, and majority decision. When these failed to produce consensus, the community split. This pattern would repeat throughout Buddhist history, producing the vast diversity of Buddhist schools and traditions. The irony should not be missed. A teaching that denied reliance on external authority created institutions that required authority structures to survive. A philosophy emphasizing individual realization needed collective preservation of teachings. A rejection of ritual gradually developed elaborate ceremonial forms. These tensions between the Buddha's original insights and the requirements of institutional religion would drive much of Buddhism's historical development. Buddhism did not arise in isolation, but in active competition with Brahmin dominance of religious life in northern India. The Buddha's teaching challenged this dominance at multiple levels: philosophical, social, economic, and political. Understanding these challenges illuminates why the question of gods mattered so much. It was not merely abstract theology, but connected directly to questions of power, status, and social organization. The Brahmin claim to religious authority rested on several foundations. First, exclusive access to the Vedas, sacred texts they alone could properly recite and interpret. Second, hereditary purity based on birth into the Brahmin caste, a purity believed to be spiritually real rather than merely social convention. Third, specialized knowledge of ritual procedures that maintained cosmic order and secured divine favor. Fourth, their position as intermediaries between humans and gods, without whom proper sacrifice was impossible. All these claims ultimately traced back to divine sanction. The gods themselves had established this system. The Buddha undermined each foundation. He rejected the Vedas' authority, at least implicitly, by refusing to quote them or defer to them. When Brahmin interlocutors cited Vedic texts as self-evident authority, the Buddha asked what basis they had for trusting these texts. Had they seen the gods the Vedas described? Had any contemporary Brahmin verified through direct experience what ancient texts claimed? If not, accepting Vedic authority was blind faith, not knowledge. This epistemological critique struck at the heart of Brahmin claims. The texts preserve numerous dialogues where the Buddha compared Brahmin learning to a line of blind men, each holding the shoulder of the one in front. They claimed to know the path, but none had actually seen it. They memorized and recited verses about gods and ritual, but none had verified these teachings through direct experience. In contrast, the Buddha claimed to teach only what he had personally realized through meditation, and what anyone else could similarly verify. Even more subversively, the Buddha redefined what made someone a true Brahmin. The standard definition was birth. One born to Brahmin parents was Brahmin by nature, possessing inherent spiritual superiority. The Buddha argued that actions, not birth, determined spiritual status. A person of any caste who lived ethically, practiced meditation, and achieved wisdom was a true Brahmin. A hereditary Brahmin who lived unethically, harmed others, and remained ignorant was no Brahmin regardless of bloodline. The texts preserve multiple verses making this point explicitly. Not by birth is one a Brahmin, not by birth is one an outcast, by action is one a Brahmin, by actions is one an outcast. One is not a Brahmin merely by matted hair, by clan or by birth. One in whom truth and dharma exist. He is pure, he is a Brahmin. These verses must have infuriated Brahmin authorities whose entire social position depended on the opposite claim. The Buddha also directly attacked the practice of animal sacrifice, a central Brahmin ritual activity. Wealthy patrons paid substantial fees for elaborate sacrificial ceremonies where dozens or hundreds of animals might be killed. Brahmins justified these sacrifices as maintaining cosmic order, feeding the gods, and generating merit. The Buddha condemned them as harmful and ineffective. The Kuttadanta Sutta describes a Brahmin approaching the Buddha to ask about proper sacrifice. The Buddha tells a story about a king planning a great sacrifice with thousands of animals. A wise priest advises that rather than killing animals, the king should support the community through generous taxation policy, protect the realm, and make the kingdom prosperous. True sacrifice means giving up greed, hatred, and delusion, not slaughtering innocent creatures. The Brahmin in the story recognizes the Buddha's superior wisdom and becomes a follower. This teaching struck at Brahmin economic interests. If sacrifice was unnecessary or counterproductive, the expensive rituals that supported Brahmin livelihoods became questionable. The Buddha offered an alternative vision where ethical action and mental cultivation, practices anyone could pursue independently, replaced ritualized slaughter and priestly mediation. This was not merely religious difference but economic competition. The Buddha's critique extended to the entire caste system. While he did not explicitly call for its abolition, such a radical position would have been politically impossible. His teachings logically undermined its foundations. If no permanent self existed, then the idea that birth determined spiritual essence made no sense. If karma operated as impersonal causation, then birth into a particular caste simply reflected previous karma, not permanent spiritual inferiority. Most importantly, if anyone of any caste could achieve enlightenment through proper practice, then the hierarchical system lost religious justification. The Sangha demonstrated this principle institutionally. When someone ordained as a monk or nun, caste identity was supposed to disappear. A Brahmin monk held no rank above a Shudra monk. Ordination seniority determined status, not birth. former outcasts could become respected teachers. In practice, caste prejudices likely persisted informally, but the formal principle established radical equality. This attracted followers from groups disadvantaged by the Brahmin system. Merchants, wealthy through trade but ranked below Brahmins and Kshatriyas in religious status, became major Buddhist patrons. They could achieve spiritual merit and status through supporting Buddhism that the Vedic system denied them. Artisans, farmers, and even some outcasts found in Buddhism a teaching that valued their ethical conduct and meditative attainment rather than dismissing them as inherently impure. Kings faced a complex situation. They needed Brahmin ritual support to legitimize their rule according to traditional ideology. But Brahmins also limited royal power by claiming superior spiritual status and the right to advise or even override political decisions based on ritual requirements. Buddhism offered an alternative, a religious system that honored kings, accepted their patronage, provided spiritual services, but did not claim superior status or interfere in political matters. Several major kingdoms patronized Buddhism while maintaining relationships with Brahmins. This created competition for royal support, with both religious groups vying for donations, land grants, and political influence. The Buddha himself spent significant time in royal courts, teaching kings and princes, establishing relationships that provided protection and resources for the growing Sangha. Philosophical debates between Buddhists and Brahmins became increasingly sophisticated. Brahmins argued that the Vedas were eternal, unauthored, and infallible, not human creations but cosmic truth. The Buddha's teaching, being recent and human in origin, could not compare. Buddhists responded that human origin did not determine truth value. What mattered was whether teachings accurately described reality and led to liberation. The Vedas age proved nothing about their validity. Brahmins argued that only through ritual sacrifice could cosmic order be maintained. Without proper sacrifices, disasters would occur, crops would fail, diseases would spread. Buddhists responded that natural causation explained such events. Droughts resulted from weather patterns, not divine punishment for inadequate sacrifice. Disease spread through contagion, not supernatural forces. Maintaining ethical conduct and supporting virtuous monks produced positive results more effectively than animal slaughter. These debates centered implicitly on the God question. Brahmin authority derived from their role as intermediaries with gods. If gods were unnecessary for liberation, if karma operated impersonally, if natural causation explained events formerly attributed to divine action, then Brahmins lost their essential function. The Buddha did not need to explicitly deny God's existence. Demonstrating their irrelevance undermined Brahmin authority just as effectively. The Brahmins responded with increasingly sharp criticism. They accused Buddhists of nihilism, of undermining social order, of teaching doctrines that would lead to chaos. If no permanent self existed, why act ethically? If no God supervised human conduct, why not pursue selfish interests? The texts preserve the Buddha's responses. Ethics remained rational because actions produced consequences through karma, and enlightened self-interest meant recognizing that wholesome actions benefited the continuum of consciousness one identified with. Some Brahmin philosophers developed sophisticated counter-arguments. They argued that impermanence could not be absolute because something must persist for change to occur. They claimed that dependent origination required an initial cause, something unconditioned that started the chain. They insisted that consciousness must have a permanent substrate, something that endured through the flux of mental states. These arguments forced Buddhist philosophers to develop increasingly sophisticated positions about what they meant by impermanence, causation, and consciousness. The conflict was not entirely hostile. Many Brahmins converted to Buddhism, including some from prominent families. Others studied Buddhist philosophy while remaining within Brahmin communities. philosophical debates could be genuinely exploratory rather than purely polemical. Kings sometimes sponsored formal debates where both sides presented their positions before judging audiences. These exchanges, while competitive, also advanced both Buddhist and Brahmin philosophical sophistication. Over centuries, this competition produced interesting results. Buddhism forced Brahmins to develop more systematic philosophy, culminating in sophisticated schools like Mimamsa and Vedanta. Brahmin criticism forced Buddhists to articulate their positions with greater precision, leading to the development of Buddhist philosophical schools like Abhidhamma, Madhyamaka, and Yogasara. Both traditions became more intellectually rigorous through mutual challenge. The social impact was similarly mixed. Buddhism never displaced Brahmin authority completely in India, but it created alternative institutions and challenged the caste system's ideological foundations. Even Hindus who rejected Buddhism often adopted elements of Buddhist ethics and meditation into their own practice. The later Hindu Bhakti devotional movements, which emphasize personal relationship with gods over ritual and caste hierarchy, may have been influenced by Buddhism's emphasis on individual practice and ethical conduct. The question of gods remained central to this competition. Brahmin authority required gods who demanded ritual service, who punished violations of caste hierarchy, who established eternal law. Buddhist liberation required only understanding impermanence, suffering and non-self, achievable through human effort without divine assistance. This was not purely philosophical, but had immediate practical implications for how society should be organized, who held authority, and where resources should flow. Within a century of the Buddha's death, Buddhism split into multiple schools. This first schism, traditionally dated to the Second Buddhist Council but possibly occurring later, marked the beginning of a process that would eventually produce the dramatically different forms of Buddhism we observe today. Understanding this schism and its causes reveals how a non-theistic teaching began transforming in ways that would eventually make gods, or at least godlike figures, central to religious practice for millions of followers. The immediate cause of the schism involved disputes about monastic discipline. 10 practices became controversial: storing salt in a horn, eating after midday, eating a second meal in one day, holding separate ceremonies in the same locality, making decisions with incomplete assemblies, following habitual practices, drinking milk after meals, drinking unfermented wine, using rugs without fringes, and accepting gold and silver. Conservative monks insisted these violated the Vinaya. Liberal monks argued they were acceptable adaptations. These seemingly minor matters reflected deeper tensions about how Buddhism should develop. The conservative position held that the Buddha's rules were perfect and complete, requiring strict preservation. Any deviation risked corruption. The liberal position argued that the Buddha himself had adapted teachings to circumstances and had said minor rules could be modified after his death. Different contexts required different applications. The council decided in favour of the conservative position, but the controversy revealed that monks in different regions had developed different practices. Monasteries in the wealthy trading centres along the Ganges had adapted to urban life, handling donations more flexibly and modifying practices for lay interaction. Monasteries in forest regions maintained stricter ascetic standards. Neither group accepted the other's legitimacy. The schism produced two main groups: the Sthaviravada, teaching of the elders, which eventually evolved into Theravada, and the Mahasamgika, Great Assembly. But these soon split further. By several centuries after the Buddha's death, 18 or more distinct schools existed, each claiming to preserve authentic Buddhism while others had deviated. They disagreed about metaphysics, psychology, meditation techniques, monastic discipline, and the nature of enlightenment. These doctrinal disputes might seem purely intellectual, but they carried profound implications for Buddhism's non-theistic character. The debates about the nature of arhats and of the Buddha himself would gradually open space for quasi-divine elements to enter the tradition. The Mahasamgika apparently held that arhats, though liberated, remained imperfect in subtle ways. They could have involuntary seminal emissions during sleep, still experience doubts about minor doctrinal points, and lack certain types of knowledge. The Theravada insisted arhats were completely pure, beyond all defilements, perfect in wisdom. This disagreement concerned whether enlightenment was absolute and final or admitted degrees. More significantly, they disagreed about the Buddha. Conservative schools generally held that the historical Buddha was simply a human who achieved enlightenment through his own efforts, no different in kind from arhats though, perhaps faster or more complete in his realization. The Mahasamgika and some other schools began developing what scholars call Buddhist idealism, the view that the historical Buddha's body was a manifestation of a transcendent Buddha nature, that his earthly life was a display for teaching purposes, and that the true Buddha was beyond normal human limitations. This distinction between the historical Buddha, Gautama Siddhartha's physical body and mind, and the eternal Buddha, the transcendent wisdom and truth he realized, would have enormous consequences. If the Buddha was just an enlightened human, he had died and was gone. Devotion to him meant remembering his example and following his teaching. But if the Buddha somehow transcended his historical manifestation, if his wisdom remained accessible, if his presence endured, then devotional practices took on different meaning. One might pray to or invoke this eternal Buddha principle, not just remember a dead teacher. Texts appearing several centuries after the Buddha's death reflect these developments. The Lokottaravada school taught that the Buddha was transcendent, Lokottara, beyond the world, only appearing to be human. He did not really eat, sleep, or suffer. His physical body was an apparition to teach beings too limited to perceive his true nature. This docetic view made the Buddha into something like a divine being, temporarily pretending to be human, fundamentally different from other beings. Other schools developed sophisticated theories about Buddha nature. Perhaps all beings possessed Buddha nature or the potential for Buddhahood. Perhaps multiple Buddhas existed across time and space, not just the historical Gautama. Perhaps cosmic Buddhas presided over pure lands in other dimensions. These developments moved far beyond the early teachings' focus on one human's enlightenment and its implications for ending suffering. Abhidharma philosophical developments similarly expanded the system's complexity. The early texts analyzed experience into 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Abhidharma. Philosophers broke these down further, identifying dozens of distinct mental factors, different types of consciousness, elaborate taxonomies of meditation states, and detailed descriptions of karmic causation mechanisms. Some schools identified 7 to 5 distinct dharmas, or fundamental experiential elements. Others identified different numbers. This philosophical elaboration served multiple purposes. It provided detailed maps of mind for meditators, helped settle doctrinal disputes with appeals to authoritative analysis, and demonstrated Buddhist intellectual sophistication in debates with Hindu philosophers. But it also made Buddhism increasingly complex and philosophical, accessible primarily to educated monastics rather than ordinary laypeople. The gap between philosophical sophistication and popular accessibility created pressure for different forms of practice. Laypeople could not master Abhidharma subtleties but needed accessible religious practices. They sought protection from dangers, prosperity for their families, good rebirths, and eventually enlightenment. The Sangha needed lay support to survive. These factors pushed Buddhism toward practices that looked increasingly like those of theistic religions, even as philosophical doctrine maintained non-theistic commitments. Devotional practices expanded and elaborated. Stupas, initially simple mounds over relics, became increasingly elaborate architectural structures. People circumambulated them, made offerings of flowers and incense, and prayed before them. Statues of the Buddha began appearing, first avoided because images seemed incompatible with the teaching of non-self, but eventually accepted and multiplied. These images became focal points for devotion that closely resembled worship of gods. Protective chanting developed early but expanded significantly. Short texts or phrases believed to have protective power, called parittas in Pali or mantras in Sanskrit, were recited to ward off dangers, cure illness, or bring prosperity. The Buddha's words were believed to carry special power, not because he was divine, but because enlightened speech had beneficial effects. But the distinction between using sacred words as effective techniques and treating them as divine incantations could become blurry in practice. Merit-making became central to lay religious life and monastic economics. The texts had always taught that wholesome actions produced beneficial results, but this was increasingly systematized into merit accounting. Different actions generated different amounts of merit. Giving food to enlightened monks produced more merit than giving to unenlightened monks, which produced more than giving to ordinary people. Building a monastery or sponsoring a festival produced vast merit. Merit could be dedicated to dead relatives to help their rebirths or accumulated toward better future lives. This merit system created incentives for elaborate displays of piety. Wealthy merchants competed to sponsor the most impressive donations. Kings built massive monasteries to accumulate royal merit. The Sangha benefited materially, while laypeople gained religious status through giving. But this was still theoretically non-theistic. Merit operated through karma, not divine judgment. Yet the practice felt little different from making offerings to gods and expecting divine favour in return. Stories about the Buddha's previous lives, the Jatakas, became immensely popular. These tales described how the Buddha, to be, practiced virtue over countless lifetimes before his final birth as Gautama. In one life he was a king who gave away everything to a beggar. In another, he was a prince who fed his own flesh to save a dove from a hawk. In another, he was a hare who threw himself into a fire to provide food for a starving Brahmin. These dramatic stories of self-sacrifice modelled extreme virtue, but also elevated the Buddha into an extraordinary being whose compassion transcended normal human limits. Supernatural elements proliferated in these later texts. The Bodhisattva Buddha to be performed miracles, gods watched over and aided him, his merit from countless virtuous lives created cosmic effects. The stories moved far from the restrained early text that presented the Buddha as a man who achieved understanding through effort. Now he appeared as a cosmic figure working out a plan for universal liberation across inconceivable time spans. These developments occurred gradually across several centuries and varied by region. Some communities maintained fairly simple non-theistic practice. Others embraced elaborate ritual, devotion, and supernatural elements. Importantly, these differences in practice did not necessarily correspond to differences in philosophical understanding. A monk might intellectually accept that no permanent self exists, that the Buddha was simply an enlightened human, and that gods are irrelevant to liberation, while still participating in devotional ceremonies and making merit before Buddha statues. Philosophy and practice operated at different levels. The historical Buddha's death created a void that different groups filled differently. For some, he remained present through his teaching and through the Sangha that preserved it. For others, his wisdom somehow transcended death, remaining accessible through proper practice or devotion. For others still, he had been planning this teaching across countless lives, making his final earthly appearance just one episode in a cosmic drama. Each interpretation maintained continuity with early teachings while developing in different directions. By the time Buddhism spread beyond India, these various schools and approaches coexisted in complex, sometimes contradictory ways. A single monastery might house monks with different philosophical positions. Lay people might donate to multiple monasteries representing different schools. Kings patronized various teachers without worrying about doctrinal consistency. This pluralism reflected both the Buddha's refusal to establish authoritative structures for settling disputes and the practical reality that different approaches appealed to different people. The Great Schism was not truly a single event but an ongoing process of differentiation. Buddhism lacked the authoritative structures that might have enforced uniformity. No pope, no council with binding authority, no revealed scripture that all accepted as complete and final. The result was creative diversity, but also increasing distance from whatever the historical Buddha actually taught. Some Buddhists saw this as corruption. Others saw it as skillful adaptation to different circumstances and capacities. Several centuries after the Buddha's death, perhaps around the beginning of the Common Era, texts appeared advocating a radically expanded vision of Buddhism. These scriptures called themselves Mahayana, the Great Vehicle, distinguishing themselves from earlier forms they dismissively labelled Hinayana, the Lesser Vehicle. This movement transformed Buddhism in ways that made the question of whether it was atheistic increasingly complicated to answer. Mahayana sutras claim to be the Buddha's actual teachings, preserved by supernatural beings or hidden away until the time was right for their revelation. Conservative Buddhists rejected these claims, pointing out that these texts appeared centuries after the Buddha's death, contained doctrines contradicting earlier teachings, and made claims about Buddhas and Bodhisattvas unknown in the early tradition. Mahayana advocates responded that the historical Buddha taught different things to beings of different capacities, that the most profound teachings had been preserved in other realms, and that new scriptures revealed deeper meanings that simple monks had misunderstood. This dispute could not be resolved because Buddhism lacked authoritative structures to declare some texts canonical and others apocryphal. Different communities accepted different scriptures. Mahayana Buddhists typically accepted both early texts and new Mahayana sutras, seeing the latter as completing rather than contradicting the former. Theravada Buddhists rejected Mahayana innovations entirely. Both claimed authentic Buddhas. The Mahayana innovations were philosophically and practically dramatic. Where earlier Buddhism focused on individual liberation from suffering through achieving Arhat status, Mahayana introduced the Bodhisattva ideal. Rather than seek immediate personal liberation, one should vow to save all beings before entering final nirvana. This required accumulating wisdom and compassion across countless lifetimes, postponing one's own complete awakening to help others. The Bodhisattva path involved practicing perfections, paramitas, generosity, ethics, patience, vigour, meditation, and wisdom. Later lists expanded these to 10. A bodhisattva progressed through stages, bhumis, across innumerable lifetimes, eventually achieving Buddhahood. But unlike arhats who simply ended their own suffering, Buddhas possessed supernatural powers and remained somehow accessible to help suffering beings even after achieving complete awakening. This created a cosmology populated with celestial bodhisattvas and cosmic Buddhas. Avalokiteshvara was the bodhisattva of compassion, who could take millions of forms simultaneously to help beings in distress. His name meant the Lord who looks down with compassion, and prayers to him were believed to bring aid in danger. Manjushri was the bodhisattva of wisdom, holding a sword that cut through ignorance and riding a lion. Ksitigarbha vowed not to achieve Buddhahood until all hells were empty. These bodhisattvas had achieved such advanced spiritual development that they possessed powers indistinguishable from gods. Even more significantly, Mahayana texts described Buddhas presiding over pure lands. Amitabha Buddha ruled over Sukhavati, the Western Paradise, a perfect realm without suffering where beings could be reborn through faith and practice. Aksobhaya presided over Abherati in the east. Vairocana was the cosmic Buddha representing Dharma itself, manifesting throughout the universe. These were not symbolic figures, but, according to the texts, actual enlightened beings dwelling in real places accessible to those who practiced correctly. The Pure Land teachings dramatically altered Buddhism's soteriological framework. The early teaching emphasized that liberation required one's own sustained effort across potentially many lifetimes of practice. Mahayana introduced the possibility of achieving enlightenment through devotion to a cosmic Buddha. By repeatedly reciting Namu Amida Butsu, homage to Amitabha Buddha, with sincere faith, one could be reborn in the Western paradise where achieving enlightenment was easy because the environment was perfect and Amitabha taught constantly. This looked remarkably like theistic salvation. Faith in a transcendent being, prayers for divine aid, rebirth in a heavenly realm through that being's grace rather than one's own merit. These elements closely paralleled devotional theistic religions. Mahayana philosophers insisted this wasn't truly theistic because Amitabha was not a creator god, did not judge humans externally, and had himself achieved enlightenment through the same path available to all beings. But the phenomenology of Pure Land practice was essentially theistic devotion. Philosophical developments accompanied these practical changes. The Prajnaparamita literature explored the concept of emptiness, shunyata, with increasing sophistication. These texts argued that not only did persons lack inherent self, but all phenomena whatsoever were empty of inherent existence. The five aggregates were empty, physical matter was empty, consciousness was empty, even nirvana was empty. Nothing possessed independent, permanent existence. All phenomena were dependently originated and therefore empty of inherent nature. This philosophy of emptiness might seem to push Buddhism toward even more radical non-theism. If everything is empty, certainly gods must be empty too, but the dialectical sophistication of these texts allowed for paradoxical formulations. Because all phenomena are empty, the distinction between samsara, the cycle of rebirth, and nirvana collapses. Because nothing has inherent existence, everything is equally Buddha nature. Because emptiness applies to emptiness itself, even the claim of emptiness must not be grasped as absolute truth. The Madhyamaka school, founded by Nagarjuna around the 2nd-3rd century CE, developed this philosophy of emptiness into a sophisticated philosophical system. Nagarjuna argued that all phenomena were empty of svabhava, inherent existence or self-nature. This applied equally to persons, objects, mental states, and even Buddhist concepts like karma and enlightenment. Everything was dependently originated, existing only in relation to other things, empty of any essence. This might seem to deny the reality of everything, but Madhyamaka insisted on a middle way between existence and non-existence. Things conventionally exist. They function, they appear, they have causal efficacy. But they lack ultimate existence, no independent essence, no permanence, no inherent nature. Conventional truth and ultimate truth were both valid but at different levels of analysis. This created space for gods, bodhisattvas, and pure lands to exist conventionally while being empty ultimately. Amitabha conventionally existed as an enlightened being, presiding over a pure land. Ultimately, Amitabha was empty of inherent existence, a dependently originated manifestation rather than an eternal god. One could pray to Amitabha and aspire to be reborn in his pure land while philosophically understanding that both the prayer, Amitabha, and the pure land were empty. This philosophical sophistication allowed Mahayana to incorporate practices that looked theistic while maintaining non-theistic philosophical commitments. The text sometimes compared this to a raft. Devotional practices were skillful means, upaya, to help beings progress toward enlightenment, but they were not ultimate truth. The bodhisattva might appear as a god to help those who needed gods, but this appearance was a compassionate manifestation rather than final reality. The Yogacara school, founded by Asanga and Vasubandhu in the 4th–5th centuries CE, developed a complementary philosophical approach. They argued that all experienced reality is mental, that what we perceive as external objects are actually manifestations of consciousness. This mind-only philosophy explored the layers and transformations of consciousness with great sophistication, introducing concepts like the alaya vijnana, storehouse consciousness, that preserved karmic seeds and created the sense of continuous personal identity. Yogacara maintained Buddhism's non-theistic character by denying any creator god, while explaining why beings experience a shared conventional reality. Multiple beings share similar experiences not because an external god created a common world, but because their karmic formations and consciousness structures are similar. Buddhas and bodhisattvas exist as manifestations of enlightened consciousness, not as ontologically independent divine beings. Yet Yogacaра's focus on consciousness and its transformations created conceptual space for Buddha nature teachings. If consciousness is fundamental and contains the seeds of all experiences, perhaps enlightened consciousness, or Buddha nature, is the deepest level of mind. Texts like the Tathagatagarbha Sutras taught that all beings possess Buddha nature, that this nature is always present though covered by adventitious defilements, and that enlightenment means recognizing what was always already there. This Buddha nature teaching looks suspiciously like the Atman concept the Buddha had explicitly rejected. Critics both ancient and modern have argued that claiming all beings possess an inherent Buddha nature contradicts the teaching of an Atman. Defenders respond that Buddha nature is not a permanent self but the potential for Buddhahood, or that it represents emptiness itself rather than a positive substance, or that different teachings use different concepts for different audiences. The multiplication of philosophical positions and the inclusion of supernatural beings created a Buddhism vastly more complex than the early teaching. A practitioner now faced multiple paths. The Arhat path focused on personal liberation through meditation and insight. The Bodhisattva path aimed at universal salvation through accumulating merit and wisdom across countless lives. The Pure Land path sought rebirth through devotion to Amitabha. The Tantric path promised rapid enlightenment through esoteric techniques. Each path had philosophical justification, textual support, and communities of practitioners. This plurality made the question, is Buddhism atheistic, increasingly difficult to answer simply. In philosophical doctrine, Mahayana maintained and even strengthened Buddhism's non-theistic character through emptiness philosophy. No independent creator, God existed. No divine judge determined fates. No eternal essences underlay phenomena. Yet in practice, millions of Mahayana Buddhists prayed to celestial bodhisattvas, made offerings to cosmic Buddhas, sought rebirth in Pure Lands through faith rather than meditation, and participated in rituals that phenomenologically resembled worship of gods. Mahayana texts explicitly address this tension. The Vimalakirti Sutra tells of an enlightened layman who appears sick to teach a lesson. When bodhisattvas visit him, he explains that his illness is metaphorical. He is sick because all beings are sick with ignorance. The text demonstrates that enlightenment is not confined to monks, that lay people can achieve great realization, and that seemingly simple practices can express profound understanding. When the text describes gods bowing to Vimalakirti, it reinforces that enlightened humans surpass even powerful divine beings. The Lotus Sutra, perhaps the most influential Mahayana text, taught that all previous Buddhist teachings were skillful means leading toward the one true teaching, that all beings will achieve Buddhahood. The text describes the Buddha's countless lifetimes of teaching, his manifestations throughout the universe, and his ongoing presence despite having entered parinirvana. This eternal Buddha teaching made the historical Buddha into something transcendent and ever-present, available to help those who called upon him with faith. These developments occurred gradually and unevenly across several centuries. Early Mahayana communities in India remained small minorities. Over time, Mahayana became dominant in Central, Eastern, and Northern Asia, while Theravada remained strong in South and Southeast Asia. The two traditions developed distinct philosophical vocabularies, meditation techniques, monastic practices, and relationships to lay communities. The proliferation of cosmic Buddhas and celestial bodhisattvas created what scholars sometimes call Buddhist pantheon, a term that captures both the multiplicity of superhuman beings and the problematic parallel with polytheistic religions. Mahayana practitioners would insist these beings are not gods in the theistic sense, not creators or judges, not objects of worship, but respected teachers and compassionate helpers. Critics both within and outside Buddhism noted that, whatever the philosophical distinctions, the practices looked and functioned like polytheistic devotion. This transformation of Buddhism from a teaching centered on one man's enlightenment and its implications into a cosmology filled with transcendent beings represented one of the most dramatic religious developments in history. Whether one interprets this as corruption of the original teaching, skillful adaptation to human needs, or revelation of deeper meanings, the historical Buddha taught to advanced disciples depends on one's perspective and commitments. What remains undeniable is that Mahayana Buddhism looked dramatically different from the religion preserved in early Pali texts, raising profound questions about continuity and change in religious traditions. When Buddhism travelled along the Silk Road to China in the first centuries of the Common Era, it encountered a civilization with radically different religious assumptions, philosophical traditions, and social structures than those of India. The encounter transformed both Buddhism and Chinese religion, creating forms of practice that would have been unrecognizable to the Buddha's early disciples. Understanding this transformation reveals how Buddhism's non-theistic core adapted to cultures saturated with gods, spirits, and ancestor worship. China in the early centuries CE possessed several religious traditions. Confucianism provided ethical philosophy and social structure, emphasizing filial piety, proper relationships, and virtuous governance. Taoism offered mystical philosophy about aligning with the Tao, the ineffable source and process underlying all existence, along with practical techniques for longevity and spiritual cultivation. Popular religion involved elaborate spirit cults, ancestor worship, and divination practices. None of these traditions precisely matched Indian religious categories. The initial encounters between Buddhism and Chinese thought produced profound confusion on both sides. Chinese translator monks struggled to find Chinese terms to express Indian Buddhist concepts. The Sanskrit word dharma alone had multiple meanings: the Buddha's teaching, righteousness, phenomenon, mental object, duty. Chinese translators borrowed from Taoist and Confucian vocabulary, using terms that approximated meanings but carried different connotations. Nirvana was initially translated as Wu Wei, the Taoist term for non-action or effortless action. This suggested nirvana meant achieving harmony with natural processes, quite different from the Buddhist sense of extinguishing craving. Bodhi, awakening, became Tao, the way, importing Taoist associations. The Buddha became the Great Sage, a Confucian term of respect that suggested moral rather than metaphysical attainment. These translation choices shaped how Chinese audiences initially understood Buddhism. Early Chinese converts often interpreted Buddhism through Taoist categories, a phenomenon scholars call matching concepts, geyi. Buddhist meditation was likened to Taoist practices for cultivating qi and achieving immortality. Emptiness was compared to the Tao that cannot be named. Monastic renunciation paralleled Taoist ascetics retreating to mountains. This initial interpretation made Buddhism comprehensible to Chinese audiences, but distorted its distinctive teachings. Perhaps the most significant tension involved ancestor veneration. Chinese society centered on family obligations and ancestor worship. Children honored dead parents and grandparents through offerings and rituals. This was not optional religious practice, but fundamental social duty. Buddhist monasticism required renouncing family ties. A monk could not marry, produce children, perform ancestor rituals, or maintain family obligations. To traditional Chinese thinking, this was profoundly immoral. Critics accused Buddhism of corrupting Chinese values. The phrase Wu Fu Wu Jun, without father, without ruler, became a standard critique. Buddhism made people disloyal to both family and state. Some emperors occasionally persecuted Buddhism for these reasons. Defenders had to develop arguments that monastic renunciation actually demonstrated superior filial piety because generating merit through Buddhist practice benefited ancestors more than conventional offerings. The doctrine of non-self similarly troubled Chinese audiences accustomed to elaborate beliefs about the fate of souls after death. Ancestor veneration assumed the dead existed as spirits requiring offerings. If Buddhism taught no permanent self, what survived to receive offerings? What reincarnated? Early Chinese Buddhist translators sometimes mistranslated or deliberately modified passages about Anatman to make Buddhism sound less threatening to Chinese assumptions about the soul. Buddhism's relationship with Chinese gods and spirits evolved pragmatically. Chinese popular religion featured countless deities: the Jade Emperor ruling heaven, city gods governing localities, kitchen gods watching households, and innumerable spirits inhabiting nature. Buddhism could not simply ignore this supernatural landscape without alienating potential followers. Buddhist teachers adopted several strategies. They identified some Chinese gods with Buddhist divine beings. The Jade Emperor might be considered a diva in the Buddhist cosmology. Local spirits could be seen as nature spirits, yaksas, or as former humans reborn as ghosts. This allowed continuity. People could maintain traditional religious practices while accepting Buddhist teachings. Buddhist texts also told stories about gods converting to Buddhism. In one popular narrative, the Buddha visits China, though historically impossible, and teaches the Jade Emperor, who becomes a devout Buddhist protector. Such stories established Buddhism's superiority while absorbing rather than rejecting Chinese religious figures. The Chinese concept of Tao created particular challenges and opportunities. Taoist philosophy described the Tao as the unnameable source of all existence. The pattern underlying natural processes, paradoxically both nothing and everything. This sounded similar to Buddhist emptiness or Buddha nature. Some Buddhist teachers emphasized these parallels, suggesting Buddhism offered more developed teachings about what Taoists had glimpsed, but tensions remained. Taoists valued this worldly vitality, longevity practices, and harmony with nature. Buddhists taught that all conditioned existence was suffering and urged detachment from worldly concerns. Taoists cultivated the body through alchemical practices and qigong. Buddhists saw the body as ultimately illusory and impermanent. Philosophical debates between Buddhists and Taoists became elaborate, with each side accusing the other of misunderstanding the true way. Imperial patronage proved crucial to Buddhism's Chinese success. When emperors supported Buddhism, the religion flourished. When they persecuted it, Buddhism declined. Some emperors became devout Buddhists themselves. Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty, 502-549 CE, repeatedly abandoned the throne to become a monk at temples, requiring his officials to pay huge donations to ransom him back. This bizarre practice demonstrated royal piety while enriching monasteries. Buddhist monasteries became major economic institutions. They accumulated tax-exempt land, operated mills and businesses, housed thousands of monks, and wielded significant wealth and influence. Critics complained that too many productive workers were leaving family responsibilities to live as parasitic monks. The most severe persecution during the Tang dynasty in 845 CE was motivated partly by desire to seize monastery wealth and return monks to taxable productivity. Chinese Buddhism developed distinctive schools unknown in India. The Tiantai school, founded by Zhi in the 6th century, created a comprehensive system organizing all Buddhist teachings into hierarchical categories. Jie argued that the Buddha had taught different things to beings of different capacities, and all teachings were valid but not equally profound. The Lotus Sutra represented the Buddha's ultimate teaching, encompassing and perfecting earlier doctrines. This hierarchical approach suited Chinese tastes for systematic classification and harmonization. Rather than seeing contradictions between different Buddhist texts as evidence of separate schools with incompatible views, Tiantai presented all teachings as parts of one comprehensive system. This made Buddhism more acceptable to Chinese intellectuals trained in Confucian systematic thought. The Huayan school, based on the Avatamsaka Sutra, developed an even more elaborate philosophical vision. Its founder Fazang illustrated the doctrine of mutual interpenetration using the metaphor of Indra's net. Imagine an infinite net where each intersection holds a jewel, and each jewel reflects all other jewels, which in turn reflect all others infinitely. Similarly, all phenomena interpenetrate and contain each other. A single particle of dust contains the entire universe. The Buddha's enlightenment encompasses all beings across all time. This philosophy of totalistic interpenetration and the mutual containment of all phenomena went far beyond anything in early Buddhist texts. It represented a distinctly Chinese Buddhist development, influenced perhaps by Taoist concepts of the Tao pervading all things, and by indigenous Chinese tendencies toward correlative cosmology, where everything connects to everything else through complex correspondences. But the school that most dramatically demonstrated Buddhism's Chinese transformation was Chan, Zen in Japanese, which claimed to represent a teaching transmitted outside scriptures, directly from mind to mind. Chan traced its lineage back to the Buddha, holding up a flower before an assembly of disciples. Only Mahakashyapa smiled, understanding the wordless transmission. This event, not found in Indian sources, became Chan's founding myth, justifying its emphasis on direct experience over textual study. Chan developed radically iconoclastic teachings. Masters declared that scriptures were useless, that ritual was meaningless, that one should kill the Buddha if one encountered him on the path. Enlightenment could occur suddenly through shocking techniques, shouting, hitting students with sticks, providing paradoxical answers to questions. The famous koans, puzzling statements like, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" were designed to break ordinary logical thinking and provoke sudden awakening. This approach seemed to strip Buddhism down to its most basic element, direct realization of mind's nature. Yet Chan monasteries developed elaborate hierarchies, formal transmission lineages, and eventually their own voluminous literature about the teaching that supposedly transcended words. The anti-institutional rhetoric coexisted with highly structured institutions. The rejection of scripture produced libraries of Chan texts. The emphasis on spontaneity was cultivated through decades of disciplined training. Chan's relationship to gods and spirits exemplified Buddhism's Chinese transformation. Philosophically, Chan maintained radically non-theistic positions. The famous Master Linji declared, "If you meet the Buddha, kill the Buddha. If you meet the patriarchs, kill the patriarchs." Nothing external could provide enlightenment. Clinging to any authority, even the Buddha, obstructed realization. Another master said, The Buddha is a shit-wiping sisang stick, deliberately shocking language meant to demolish reverence for external authorities. Yet these same iconoclastic masters participated in monastery rituals that invoked bodhisattvas, made offerings before Buddha statues, and incorporated Chinese gods into temple ceremonies. Monasteries housed shrines to Guanyin, Avalokiteshvara, the bodhisattva of compassion, where people prayed for help with worldly problems. Temples celebrated festivals honouring various Buddhist and Taoist deities. The philosophical non-theism and devotional practice coexisted without apparent contradiction. The transformation of Avalokiteshvara into Guanyin illustrates this cultural adaptation. In Indian Buddhism, Avalokiteshvara was male. In China, this bodhisattva gradually became female, eventually depicted as a graceful goddess in flowing robes holding a willow branch and water vase. Guanyin became one of the most popular Buddhist deities in China, invoked for help with everything from childbirth to passing examinations. People prayed to her, made offerings, and believed she appeared to save those who called her name in danger. This Guanyin devotion looked identical to worship of Chinese goddesses. The philosophical distinction that Guanyin was a bodhisattva, not a creator god, that prayers worked through karma rather than divine intervention, that Guanyin herself was empty of inherent existence. These subtleties were often lost on ordinary practitioners who simply knew that praying to the goddess of mercy brought comfort and sometimes miracles, Pure Land. Buddhism became extremely popular in China, more so than in India. The practice of reciting Namo Amituofo, homage to Amitabha Buddha, to secure rebirth in the Western paradise appealed to lay people who could not devote themselves to intensive meditation or philosophical study. Pure Land teachings promised that Amitabha's vow to save all beings who called his name with sincere faith was so powerful that even the worst sinners could achieve enlightenment through devotion. This sounded remarkably like salvation through divine grace. Amitabha was described in terms approaching omnipotence. His light was infinite, his lifespan was infinite, his vow to save all beings was absolute. Faith in Amitabha, not one's own meditative achievement, became the key to liberation. The Pure Land patriarch Shandao taught that one sincere recitation of Amitabha's name guaranteed rebirth in the Pure Land, where achieving enlightenment was certain because the environment was perfect. Critics within Buddhism accuse Pure Land of betraying the Buddha's teaching that each person must work out their own salvation. Defenders argued that recognizing one's own inability to achieve liberation through self-power and taking refuge in Amitabha's other power demonstrated profound humility and was itself the highest wisdom. This debate mirrored controversies in Christianity about faith versus works, grace versus merit. Chinese Buddhism also integrated ancestor veneration in creative ways. The ghost festival Yulanpen, supposedly based on a story from Buddhist scripture, became a major celebration where offerings were made to ancestors and hungry ghosts. Monks performed ceremonies to liberate dead relatives from hell realms or ghost states. Families commissioned Buddhist rituals for the dead, believing properly performed ceremonies could improve ancestors' karmic destinations. These practices served multiple functions. They made Buddhism compatible with Chinese family values, demonstrating that monks did honor ancestors just in Buddhist ways. They provided income for monasteries through ritual services. They offered comfort to the bereaved. But they also implicitly modified Buddhism's doctrinal clarity about karma's impersonality. If rituals performed by monks could alter dead relatives' fates, this suggested a mechanism approaching priestly intercession with supernatural forces. The Chinese Buddhist pantheon became extraordinarily complex. Indian Buddhas and bodhisattvas mixed with Chinese deities and legendary figures. Temples might house statues of the historical Buddha, multiple cosmic Buddhas, various bodhisattvas, Dharma protectors, and Chinese gods like Guan Yu, a historical general deified as a god of war and loyalty who supposedly protected Buddhism. The philosophical justification was that all these figures represented different manifestations or aspects of Buddha nature, but to most temple visitors, they simply formed a pantheon of divine beings one could pray to for help. Chan and Pure Land eventually merged in many Chinese monasteries. Practitioners would engage in Chan meditation while also reciting Amitabha's name. The philosophical incompatibility, Chan emphasized sudden self-realization, while Pure Land emphasized gradual cultivation through other power, was resolved pragmatically. Different practices suited different people or even different situations for the same person. A practitioner might meditate when calm and mentally clear, but chant Amitabha's name when distressed or facing death. This eclecticism characterized Chinese Buddhism generally. Rather than maintaining strict sectarian boundaries, most monasteries incorporated teachings and practices from multiple schools. A monk might study Huayan philosophy, practice Chan meditation, recite Pure Land formulas, and perform Tiantai rituals. This flexibility made Chinese Buddhism remarkably adaptive, but also doctrinally complex in ways that would have baffled the Buddha's early disciples. The question of whether Chinese Buddhism was atheistic admits no simple answer. Philosophically, the doctrine of emptiness in Huayan and the direct pointing to mind in Chan represented non-theistic positions as radical as anything in early Buddhism. No creator god existed, no divine judge determined fates, no eternal substances underlay phenomena. Yet in practice, Chinese Buddhism was thoroughly theistic in phenomenology, if not theology. People prayed to bodhisattvas for help, made offerings before statues expecting benefits, believed in divine protection, and participated in elaborate rituals invoking supernatural beings. Chinese Buddhists themselves generally did not find this paradoxical. Different levels of truth applied to different contexts. Philosophically, all phenomena, including gods, were empty. Conventionally, bodhisattvas existed and could help beings. Practically, devotional practices generated good karma and directed mind toward awakening. Skillful means justified apparent contradictions. If worshipping Guanyin helped someone develop compassion and eventually awakening, the practice was valid regardless of philosophical subtleties about whether gods ultimately existed. This Chinese synthesis, philosophically non-theistic, practically devotional, institutionally elaborate, doctrinally eclectic, became the model Buddhism exported to Korea, Japan, and Vietnam. Each culture added its own modifications, but the basic pattern was established in China. Buddhism could maintain its core philosophical positions while absorbing local deities, accommodating cultural practices, and developing forms of devotion that met popular religious needs. The irony should not escape notice. A teaching that began with one man sitting under a tree, achieving awakening through his own effort without divine assistance, had become a religion where millions prayed to cosmic Buddhas for salvation through divine grace. The transformation was so complete that observers, familiar only with East Asian Buddhism, might never recognize the austere, meditation-focused, non-theistic teachings preserved in Pali text as the same tradition. If Chinese Buddhism represented Buddhism's adaptation to a civilization oriented toward ritual propriety, cosmic harmony, and an ancestor reverence, Tibetan Buddhism represented its encounter with an entirely different religious landscape, the shamanistic spirit-filled world of the Tibetan plateau and the sophisticated esoteric practices of Indian Tantric Buddhism. The result was perhaps the most elaborately ritualized, deity-filled, and philosophically complex form of Buddhism ever developed, raising the question of atheism to its most paradoxical extreme. Buddhism arrived in Tibet in two waves. The first, in the 7th and 9th centuries CE, established Buddhism as a court religion, but met strong resistance from practitioners of the indigenous Burn religion. The second wave, beginning in the 10th century, brought Indian Buddhist tantric practices and established the major schools that continue today. Between these waves, Buddhism was temporarily suppressed, monasteries destroyed, and the religion nearly eliminated from Tibet. Pre-Buddhist Tibet followed Burn, a shamanistic religion involving elaborate rituals to appease or control spirits inhabiting mountains, lakes, and sky. Burn priests performed divinations, conducted funerals, and mediated between human and spirit realms. The Tibetan plateau's harsh environment, thin air, extreme cold, vast distances, fostered a religious worldview where powerful spirits controlled natural forces and human survival depended on maintaining proper relationships with these entities. When Buddhism encountered Bön, rather than replacing it entirely, the two traditions influenced each other profoundly. Many Bön deities were incorporated into Buddhism as Dharma protectors. Tibetan Buddhist monasteries performed rituals that look very similar to Bön ceremonies. Some Bön practices were Buddhicized while remaining recognizably indigenous. Conversely, Bön itself absorbed Buddhist philosophy and practices, eventually becoming a tradition difficult to distinguish from Buddhism. The form of Buddhism that took root in Tibet was Vajrayana, the diamond vehicle, also called Tantric Buddhism. This had developed in India from about the 6th century CE onward, representing Buddhism's most esoteric development. Vajrayana claimed to offer rapid enlightenment, possibly in a single lifetime, through practices requiring initiation by qualified masters. These practices involve visualization of deities, recitation of mantras, performance of complex rituals, and in some cases, deliberate violation of conventional Buddhist ethics to demonstrate transcendence of ordinary moral distinctions. Tantric Buddhism was built on Mahayana philosophical foundations: emptiness, Buddha, nature, the bodhisattva path, but added elaborate symbolism and ritual technology. The key innovation was viewing enlightened consciousness as already present and accessible through properly performed practices. Rather than gradually purifying mind over countless lifetimes, the tantric practitioner used visualization, mantra, and ritual to identify directly with enlightened awareness, transforming ordinary perception into Buddha vision. This required imagining oneself as a Buddha or a deity, surrounded by elaborate mandala palaces, reciting mantras that embodied enlightened speech, and performing mudras, hand gestures, representing enlightened activity. The practitioner visualized in precise detail the deity's appearance, the palace's architecture, the surrounding retinue, while maintaining awareness that all of this was empty, a creation of mind lacking inherent existence. This paradoxical combination, vivid deity visualization combined with emptiness philosophy, characterized tantric practice. The tantric deities were numerous and spectacular. Peaceful Buddhas like Vairocana appeared in elaborate forms with multiple heads and arms representing different aspects of enlightened consciousness. Wrathful deities like Yamantaka appeared terrifying with fangs, skulls, weapons, trampling demons underfoot. Female deities like Tara embodied compassion and wisdom in various forms. Dharma protectors appeared as fierce guardians destroying obstacles to enlightenment. The pantheon was so extensive that complete catalogues listed hundreds of distinct deity forms. These deities were explicitly not gods in the theistic sense. Tantric texts insisted they were manifestations of enlightened consciousness, visualizations to transform ordinary awareness, not externally existing beings to worship. The practitioner identified with the deity, I am Yamantaka, rather than praying to it as separate. The entire practice demonstrated that what appears solid and real is actually empty, created by mind, and transformable through properly directed consciousness. Yet in practice, this philosophical understanding often gave way to devotional relationships that looked like worship. Practitioners prayed to Tara for help with worldly problems. They made offerings to Dharma protectors expecting protection. They believed these deities existed in subtle realms and could manifest to help sincere practitioners. The philosophical view that deities were empty manifestations of mind and the devotional practice of treating them as real beings capable of intervention coexisted, often in the same person. Tibetan Buddhism developed an elaborate system of tulku reincarnation unparalleled in other Buddhist traditions. High Lamas were believed to consciously choose their rebirths, not through ordinary karmic causation, but through deliberate decision to continue helping beings. When a tulku died, his reincarnation would be identified through divination, dreams, and tests of young children. The Dalai Lama lineage, believed to be successive reincarnations of Avalokiteshvara, became the most famous example. This system created something approaching a Buddhist theory of persistent personal identity despite the doctrine of an Atman. How could someone be the reincarnation of a previous Lama if no permanent self existed? Tibetan Buddhist philosophy developed sophisticated explanations involving very subtle levels of consciousness that continued from life to life, carrying karmic imprints and habitual tendencies. But to most Tibetans, the Tulku system simply meant that great teachers returned to continue their work, a belief difficult to distinguish from theories of eternal souls. The Tibetan Book of the Dead, Bardo Thodol, described the journey after death in extraordinary detail. The deceased consciousness moved through various bardos, intermediate states, where it encountered peaceful and wrathful deities, karmic visions, and opportunities for liberation. If the deceased recognized these appearances as projections of their own mind, liberation was possible. If not, they would be drawn by karma toward rebirth. The text was read to dying and dead persons to guide them through this process. This elaborate death cosmology was presented as Buddhist teaching, but incorporated many elements that seemed foreign to early Buddhism's austere focus on suffering and liberation. The vivid descriptions of deity encounters, the detailed topography of the intermediate realms, the rituals performed to guide the dead, all this resembled the elaborate afterlife teachings of theistic religions more than the Buddha's original reticence about metaphysical questions. Tibetan monasteries became centers of elaborate ritual practice. Monks spent hours daily performing ceremonies involving chanting, music, offerings, and visualization. Major festivals featured spectacular displays, enormous butter sculptures, masked dances representing deities and demons, public teachings by high lamas, and communal ceremonies. The visual splendor and ritual complexity made Tibetan Buddhism perhaps the most aesthetically elaborate form Buddhism ever developed. The philosophical training was equally sophisticated. Monks in major monasteries spent decades studying logic, epistemology, Madhyamaka philosophy, Abhidharma psychology, and Tantra. They engaged in formal debates where one monk defended a position while another challenged it through rapid-fire questions. This rigorous intellectual training produced scholars of exceptional sophistication who could articulate and defend Buddhist positions on consciousness, causation, emptiness, and liberation with remarkable precision. The combination was paradoxical. Monks trained in philosophy that demonstrated all phenomena were empty, that no independent essences existed, that even the concept of emptiness must not be reified, and then spent hours visualizing elaborate deities and performing rituals to them. Yet Tibetan teachers insisted this was not contradiction but integration. Emptiness did not mean nothingness, but rather that phenomena lacked inherent existence while still functioning conventionally. Deities were empty yet conventionally valid objects of practice. The four major schools of Tibetan Buddhism, Nyingma, Kagyu, Sakya, and Gelug, differed in their emphasis and practices, but shared the basic framework. The Nyingma preserved the oldest tantric transmissions and emphasized Dzogchen, great perfection, a practice of recognizing the nature of mind directly. The Kagyu emphasized Mahamudra, great seal, another direct pointing practice combined with tantric deity yoga. The Sakya developed sophisticated philosophical systems integrating sutra and tantra. The Gelug, founded by Tsongkhapa in the 14th century, emphasized gradual training through logic and debate before tantric practice. Despite differences, all schools accepted the tantric framework where deity practices, mantra recitation, visualization and ritual were essential components of the path. All incorporated indigenous Tibetan deities as Dharma protectors. All maintained elaborate monastic institutions with hierarchical authority structures, and all preserved teachings in which the relationship between philosophical non-theism and practical deity orientation remained creatively ambiguous. The role of the Lama, guru in Tibetan Buddhism, created another quasi-theistic element. Tantric practice required absolute devotion to one's root guru, who was to be viewed as a living Buddha. The guru-disciple relationship was not merely teacher-student, but a profound spiritual bond, where the guru's blessings and instructions were essential to progress. Visualizing the guru and receiving his blessings was as important as any other practice. This elevation of the guru to semi-divine status troubled some observers. If Buddhism rejected external authorities and emphasized individual realization, how could it demand absolute devotion to a human teacher? Defenders argued that the guru was not worshipped as an external god, but recognized as embodying the enlightened qualities the student sought to develop. Seeing the guru as Buddha trained the mind to perceive Buddha nature, yet the practice created obvious potential for abuse, as history demonstrated. Tibetan Buddhism also incorporated astrology, spirit mediums, divination, and other practices that seemed more shamanistic than Buddhist. The Nishung oracle, an officially recognized spirit medium, channeled a deity to provide advice to the Tibetan government. Astrologers cast horoscopes to determine auspicious times for important activities. Ritual specialists performed ceremonies to remove obstacles, cure illnesses, and increase prosperity. These practices were integrated into Tibetan Buddhist institutions despite their questionable relationship to the Buddha's original teaching. When Tibetan Buddhism spread to Mongolia, it underwent further adaptation. Mongolian shamanism influenced how Buddhism was understood and practiced. When it reached the West in the late 20th century, it again transformed, with teachers emphasizing meditation and philosophy, while sometimes downplaying or reinterpreting ritual and devotional elements for audiences skeptical of supernaturalism. The question of whether Tibetan Buddhism is atheistic produces perhaps the most complicated answer of any Buddhist tradition. Philosophically, Madhyamaka emptiness. Philosophy maintains a radically non-theistic position. No creator god, no ultimate substances, no independently existing entities of any kind. The most sophisticated Tibetan philosophical texts argue that even emptiness itself is empty, that all concepts, including Buddhist concepts, must be released, that enlightenment transcends all conceptual elaboration. Yet in practice, Tibetan Buddhism is saturated with deities, spirits, and supernatural beings. The elaborate visualizations, the prayers for divine intervention, the beliefs in Tulku reincarnations and bardos populated with wrathful and peaceful deities, the Dharma protectors who attack obstacles, all of this creates a religious world as densely populated with supernatural entities as any polytheistic tradition. The philosophical sophistication and the devotional exuberance coexist in creative tension, maintained by the doctrine that these deities are ultimately empty, even while conventionally real and practically beneficial. This synthesis reached its fullest development in Tibet, but represented the culmination of tendencies present throughout Mahayana development. The multiplication of cosmic Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the Pure Land teachings about salvation through faith, the increasing ritualization and devotional orientation, all these trends that began centuries earlier, reached their most elaborate expression in Tibetan Vajrayana. Whether this represented the fulfillment or the betrayal of the Buddha's original insight remains a question that divides Buddhist practitioners and scholars to this day. While Tibetan Buddhism developed increasingly elaborate ritual and deity practices, Japanese Zen Buddhism moved in the opposite direction, stripping away supernatural elements to focus on direct experience of mind's nature. Yet even Zen could not entirely escape the devotional and institutional elements that had become part of Mahayana Buddhism, creating its own unique tension between radical non-theism in philosophy and conventional religious practice in daily life. Zen entered Japan from China in the 12th and 13th centuries, brought by monks who had studied Chan Buddhism. The two major schools, Rinzai and Soto, differed in approach but shared emphasis on meditation, zazen, as the primary practice and skepticism towards scriptures, rituals, and supernatural beliefs. Zen claimed to transmit the Buddha's actual awakening experience beyond words and concepts. The legendary founding story expressed Zen's anti-institutional character. The Buddha supposedly held up a flower before an assembly of thousands. Everyone remained silent except Mahakasyapa, who smiled. The Buddha said, "I have the true Dharma eye, the marvelous mind of nirvana, the subtle Dharma gate that does not rest on words or letters but is a special transmission outside the scriptures. This I entrust to Mahakasyapa." This wordless transmission became Zen's founding principle, though the story itself appears in no Indian source and was likely a Chinese creation. Zen masters developed shock techniques to provoke awakening. Linji, Rinzai in Japanese, would shout katsu to jar students out of conceptual thinking. Masters hit students with sticks during meditation. They gave impossible questions like, "What was your original face before your parents were born?" or "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" These koans could not be answered through logic or learning, but required direct insight. This approach radically democratized enlightenment while simultaneously making it mysterious. Anyone could potentially awaken suddenly, regardless of educational or moral attainment, yet what awakening meant remained deliberately obscure, knowable only through direct experience. This created authority structures where only those who had awakened could recognize awakening in others, leading to elaborate lineages where each master certified the next generation's enlightenment. The most philosophically radical Zen teaching declared that ordinary mind was Buddha mind, that nothing needed to be acquired or achieved. When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep. This natural functioning was enlightenment itself. Seeking something beyond ordinary experience was the very delusion that needed to be abandoned. One Zen master declared that before enlightenment, mountains were mountains. During seeking, mountains were not mountains. After enlightenment, mountains were again mountains. The point was not to achieve some transcendent state, but to see ordinary reality directly, without conceptual overlay. This teaching suggested that all the apparatus of Buddhism, scriptures, rituals, meditation techniques, precepts, were ultimately unnecessary, even obstacles. The famous Zen saying, "If you meet the Buddha, kill the Buddha," expressed this iconoclasm. Attachment to anything, even the Buddha or the Dharma, prevented awakening. One master burned wooden Buddha statues for warmth, declaring that if they were truly Buddha, they would not burn, and if they were merely wood, burning them was appropriate. Yet Zen monasteries maintained elaborate structures and rituals. Monks rose before dawn for meditation, chanted sutras, maintained precise schedules, followed detailed rules, and respected hierarchical authorities. The very masters who declared scriptures useless composed texts that became new scriptures. The teaching that nothing needed to be done required decades of disciplined practice to realize. This paradox, claiming complete simplicity while maintaining complex institutions, characterized Zen throughout its history. Rinzai Zen emphasized koan practice under close supervision by a master. Students received koans to work on, presenting their understanding in private interviews. The master would accept, reject, or give hints, guiding students through systematized koan curricula that had developed over centuries. Despite claims that awakening was beyond words, this practice created elaborate verbal exchanges and eventually written commentaries on how koans should be understood. Soto Zen, brought to Japan by Dogen in the 13th century, emphasized just sitting, shikantaza. Rather than working on koans, practitioners simply sat in meditation without objects or goals. Dogen taught that sitting meditation was not a means to enlightenment, but was itself the manifestation of enlightenment. Practice and realization were not separate. This practice enlightenment teaching attempted to collapse the distinction between seeking and finding, between deluded and awakened mind. Dogen's philosophical writings were extraordinarily sophisticated. His masterwork, the Shobogenzo, explored Buddhist concepts with precision and originality that rivaled the greatest Mahayana philosophers. Yet his central teaching remained simple: just sit. The elaborate philosophy served primarily to undermine confidence and conceptual understanding, pointing back to direct experience. Both Rinzai and Soto maintained decidedly non-theistic philosophies. Gods and spirits, if they existed at all, were irrelevant to awakening. No cosmic Buddhas could grant salvation. No pure land offered escape from this world's challenges. Reality was exactly what appeared in direct experience, neither more nor less. The task was not to access hidden realms or supernatural beings, but to see clearly what was immediately present. Yet Japanese Zen also maintained temples that housed statues of Buddhas and bodhisattvas. Monks chanted sutras daily, including Pure Land texts invoking Amitabha. Lay people prayed before Buddha statues for worldly benefits. Monasteries performed funeral rites, memorial services for the dead, and protective ceremonies, all activities suggesting belief in spirits, ancestors, and supernatural efficacy of ritual. Zen's relationship to Japanese culture and religion further complicated its non-theistic character. It absorbed influences from Shinto, Japan's indigenous religion involving kami, spirits, inhabiting nature. The famous rock gardens at Zen temples, often cited as expressions of Zen aesthetic, equally reflected Shinto sensibilities about natural sacredness. Tea ceremony, archery, swordsmanship, and other arts became associated with Zen, creating a cultural complex where Buddhism blended with Japanese values of discipline, simplicity, and aesthetic refinement. The samurai class particularly embraced Zen. Warriors appreciated its discipline, its fearlessness toward death, and its emphasis on action without hesitation. But this alliance led to troubling developments. Zen masters blessed swords, provided spiritual support to military campaigns, and taught that killing in battle could be a form of selfless action when performed without ego. During World War II, some Zen institutions actively supported Japanese militarism, justifying warfare as expressing non-attachment to life and death. This historical complexity revealed tensions in Zen's radical non-dualism. If enlightenment meant transcending ordinary moral distinctions, if awakened mind acted spontaneously beyond rules, then what prevented this teaching from justifying any action? If the enlightened warrior killed without attachment, was that murder or enlightened activity? These questions troubled some Zen teachers, but were ignored or rationalized by others. Post-war Zen underwent self-examination, with some teachers acknowledging complicity in militarism, while others defended Zen's wartime role. Western students who discovered Zen in the 1950s and 1970s generally encountered a sanitized version emphasizing meditation, simplicity, and peace, while downplaying the tradition's complex historical relationship to violence, nationalism, and institutional Buddhism's conventional religiosity. D.T. Suzuki, the scholar most responsible for introducing Zen to Western audiences, presented a version emphasizing its philosophical non-theism, its spontaneity, and its radical immediacy. He downplayed ritual elements, drew parallels with Western mysticism and existentialism, and portrayed Zen as compatible with modern science and rational inquiry. This presentation made Zen attractive to Western intellectuals, but arguably misrepresented its historical reality as a fully integrated part of Japanese religious culture that included supernatural beliefs and conventional devotionalism. The American Zen that developed from the 1960s onward often reflected this selective interpretation. Meditation centers emphasize Zazen practice, philosophical discussion, and mindfulness application to daily life while treating rituals as culturally optional, supernatural beliefs as superstitious additions, and monastic regulations as negotiable. This secular Zen claimed to preserve Buddhism's essential core while discarding cultural accretions. Yet even American Zen could not entirely escape institutional religion's gravitational pull. Centers developed hierarchies, transmission lineages, and heightened authority structures. Teachers were bowed to in ways that looked like worship. Precept ceremonies and other rituals were maintained. The tension between Zen's radical non-theism and its institutional forms continued in new cultural contexts. The question of whether Zen is atheistic admits partial answers at different levels. Philosophically, Zen maintained perhaps the most radically non-theistic position in religious history, not merely denying gods but denying any entities whatsoever that possessed independent existence, including concepts like enlightenment, Buddha, nature, or emptiness itself. The famous saying, "If something can be spoken, it is not Zen," expressed ultimate skepticism toward all conceptual formulations. In practice, Zen existed as part of Japanese Buddhism's complex ecosystem, participating in ancestor veneration, maintaining temples with devotional imagery, performing rituals for protective and salvific purposes, and claiming special transmission from enlightened masters in ways that paralleled claims to divine inspiration. The philosophical radicalism and the institutional conventionality coexisted, with different practitioners emphasizing different aspects according to inclination and context. Zen's greatest achievement may have been demonstrating that radical non-theism could be religiously viable, that a tradition could eliminate divine beings, revelations, and supernatural mechanisms while still providing meaning, practice, and community. Yet its history also demonstrated the difficulty of maintaining this purity, as even the most iconoclastic tradition developed orthodoxies, authorities, and conventional religious elements. Whether Zen represented a return to Buddhism's original non-theistic character, or merely replaced Indian deities with Japanese cultural forms remains debated. What seems clear is that Zen created space within the Buddhist world for practitioners who found elaborate cosmologies and deity visualizations unhelpful or incomprehensible, offering instead a path centered on direct experience, skepticism toward claims beyond immediate verification, and emphasis on transformed consciousness rather than metaphysical beliefs. When European colonial powers encountered Buddhism in Sri Lanka, Burma, and elsewhere in the 19th century, they struggled to categorize what they found. Was this a religion or a philosophy? Did Buddhists worship idols or practice rational ethics? The colonial encounter would dramatically reshape both how the West understood Buddhism and how Buddhists understood themselves, creating forms that scholars call Protestant Buddhism or Buddhist modernism. The first European writings about Buddhism were confused and contradictory. Portuguese, Dutch and British colonisers in Sri Lanka described what they saw: monks in saffron robes, elaborate temple rituals, people prostrating before statues, belief in karma and rebirth, spirit shrines alongside Buddhist temples. To Christian observers, this looked like paganism, idol worship mixed with superstition similar to Catholicism's worst excesses, but lacking even the saving grace of monotheism. Then Europeans began reading Buddhist texts. The Pali Canon, when scholars finally gained access and translated portions, presented something unexpected: sophisticated philosophy, ethical teaching, psychological analysis, all without reference to a creator god. The Buddha appeared as a rational teacher, not a divine figure. The path to liberation involved meditation and insight, not faith or divine grace. This seemed more like philosophy than religion. Victorian scholars, particularly working in British colonial contexts, began developing the image of original Buddhism as a rational, scientific, ethical philosophy that had been corrupted over time by additions of ritual, superstition, and supernaturalism. They drew sharp distinctions between what the historical Buddha supposedly taught and what contemporary Buddhist practice involved. Original Buddhism was pure. Asian Buddhism was degenerate. This interpretation reflected Protestant assumptions about religious history. Just as Protestants argued that Catholicism had corrupted Christianity with saints, rituals, and priestly authority, covering the pure gospel message, so European scholars argued that Asian Buddhism had corrupted the Buddha's original rationalism with gods, demons, elaborate rituals, and monastic institutions. The solution was a return to origins, recovering the historical Buddha's actual teaching from later accretions. British colonial officials in Sri Lanka played crucial roles in creating this Buddhism. They sponsored Pali text collections, funded scholarships, and encouraged Buddhist reforms along Protestant lines. They were motivated partly by administrative needs, understanding the population required understanding their religion, and partly by genuine intellectual interest. Some, like T.W. Rhys Davids, became leading scholars of Buddhism who shaped how the tradition was understood in the West for generations. Sri Lankan Buddhist reformers, particularly the activist Anagrika Dharma Dharmapala, seized on this Protestant Buddhist interpretation. Dharmapala argued that Sinhalese Buddhism had indeed been corrupted by Hindu influences, spirit worship, and degenerate practices. What was needed was a return to pure original Buddhism based on the Pali Canon. This Buddhism would be rational, scientific, compatible with modern thought, focused on ethics and meditation rather than ritual and supernaturalism. Dharmapala's version of Buddhism was explicitly constructed to compete with Christianity and justify Buddhism's worth to colonial authorities and to modernizing Sinhalese. He emphasized Buddhism's ancient origins, its sophisticated philosophy, its ethical system, its compatibility with science, and its lack of a creator god, all traits that made it superior to Christianity in his presentation. This was Buddhism as rational humanism, a proto-scientific psychology of liberation. This Protestant Buddhism spread through modernizing movements across Asia. In Japan, the Meiji government promoted Buddhist reform along rationalist lines as part of national modernization. In China, intellectuals argued for a reformed Buddhism compatible with science and modern thought. In Burma and Thailand, reform movements emphasized meditation and textual study over ritual and devotionalism. Everywhere, the model was similar. Strip away superstitious accretions, return to texts, emphasize rationality and ethics, make Buddhism compatible with modernity. Western converts to Buddhism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries particularly embraced this interpretation. The American Colonel Henry Steele Olcott travelled to Sri Lanka, converted to Buddhism, and worked with Dharmapala on reform efforts. European and American intellectuals discovered in Buddhism a religious tradition that seemed not to require faith in God, that valued reason and experience, and that offered meditation practices rather than prayers to external deities. This appeared to be religion for the scientifically minded, for skeptics uncomfortable with theism. The Theosophical Society, founded by Helena Blavatsky and Henry Steele Olcott, promoted Buddhism as ancient wisdom compatible with esoteric knowledge and modern science. Though their interpretation mixed Buddhism with occultism in ways scholars found dubious, they helped establish Buddhism's reputation in the West as sophisticated, ancient, and rational. Through theosophical networks, Buddhism spread to educated audiences in Europe and America. German philosophers, particularly Arthur Schopenhauer, had already incorporated Buddhist ideas into Western philosophy. Schopenhauer's pessimistic philosophy about the suffering inherent in existence, his analysis of will and desire as driving forces of suffering, and his emphasis on renunciation paralleled Buddhist teachings. Though his understanding of Buddhism was limited and second-hand, he gave Buddhist ideas philosophical respect in European intellectual circles. The Parliament of World Religions in Chicago in 1893 provided a crucial platform. Anagarika Dharmapala and the Japanese Zen master Soyen Shaku presented Buddhism to American audiences, emphasizing its rationality, scientific compatibility, and ethical sophistication. Their presentations were carefully calculated to appeal to American values. Buddhism was democratic, experiential, rational, and non-dogmatic. The response was enthusiastic, establishing Buddhism as a legitimate world religion worthy of serious attention. This modernist interpretation fundamentally shaped how Buddhism entered Western consciousness. Buddhism appeared as the least religious religion, the most philosophical faith, the tradition most compatible with science and reason. Its lack of a creator God was presented not as a deficit, but as an advantage. Finally, a religion that didn't require believing impossible things. Its meditation practices offered psychological tools that anyone could use regardless of religious affiliation. But this interpretation came at a cost. It misrepresented historical Buddhism. The vast majority of Buddhist practitioners throughout history had not been meditating philosophers, but ordinary people seeking good rebirths, protection from spirits, and success in worldly endeavours through ritual and devotion. The sophisticated philosophy in the Pali Canon was always accompanied by elaborate cosmologies, supernatural beings, and religious practices that looked very much like other Asian religions. The stark distinction between pure original Buddhism and corrupt popular Buddhism was more a Protestant colonial construction than historical reality. Asian Buddhist reformers were aware of this, but found Protestant Buddhism strategically useful. It allowed them to claim Buddhist superiority in the very terms colonial powers valued. Rationality, science, ethics. It provided a defense against Christian missionary claims that Buddhism was mere superstition. It motivated reform movements that did succeed in revitalizing meditation practice, textual study, and ethical emphasis in communities where these had been neglected. The question of Buddhism's relationship to God became crucial in this discourse. Buddhist modernists emphasized that Buddhism was not atheistic but non-theistic. A subtle distinction meant to signal that Buddhism wasn't aggressively anti-religious like Western atheism, but simply found the God question irrelevant. Buddhism wasn't against God, it just didn't need God for its explanatory or soteriological purposes. This framing made Buddhism appealing to different Western audiences. Atheists and agnostics found a religious tradition that didn't demand theistic belief. Religious seekers disillusioned with Christianity found spiritual practice without theological requirements they found intellectually troubling. Scientists discovered contemplative practices that produced measurable results without invoking supernatural mechanisms. The emphasis on meditation as Buddhism's core practice grew from this modernist interpretation. Historically, meditation was primarily a monastic activity, with lay people focusing on merit-making, ethical living, and ritual participation. But modernist Buddhism presented meditation as Buddhism's essence, available to all and requiring no belief in rebirth, karma, or supernatural beings. One could practice mindfulness and achieve psychological benefits without accepting traditional Buddhist cosmology. This secularization reached full expression in late 20th century mindfulness movements. John Kabat-Zinn's mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, explicitly extracted meditation techniques from their religious context, presenting them as secular tools for stress management, pain reduction, and psychological health. Scientific research validated these benefits, creating a secular mindfulness industry in healthcare, education, and corporate settings. Buddhist teachers had mixed reactions. Some welcomed mindfulness's spread as skillful means. If meditation helped people suffer less, wonderful, regardless of whether they accepted Buddhist metaphysics. Others worried that extracting techniques from their ethical and philosophical framework trivialized Buddhism, reducing a comprehensive path to liberation into a stress management technique for capitalist productivity. The Protestant Buddhist interpretation also influenced how Buddhists presented their tradition to each other across cultural boundaries. When Thai forest monks taught Westerners, they often emphasized meditation and direct experience over ritual and devotion. When Tibetan teachers came west, they sometimes downplayed elaborate deity practices and emphasized philosophy and simple meditation. This created feedback loops where Asian teachers shaped presentations to match Western expectations, which then reinforced Western ideas about what Buddhism really was. Yet traditional practices continued alongside modernist interpretations. Most Asian Buddhists continued praying to bodhisattvas, making merit through temple donations, celebrating festivals, and believing in rebirth, heavens, and hells. The modernist interpretation existed primarily among educated elites and Western converts, while popular Buddhism maintained its complex mix of philosophy, devotion, ritual, and supernatural beliefs. The question this raises is whether Protestant Buddhism represents recovery of original teaching or creation of a new form. Did colonial-era reformers strip away corrupt accretions to reveal the Buddha's actual message, or did they create a rationalized version that fit modern sensibilities while distorting historical reality? The answer matters for understanding what Buddhism is and whether calling it non-theistic or atheistic accurately describes either its historical forms or contemporary practice. Most scholars today recognize Protestant Buddhism as itself a historical development, neither purely ancient nor purely modern, but a creative hybrid responding to specific historical circumstances. It successfully demonstrated that Buddhist practice could flourish in secular scientific contexts. It provided tools for psychological well-being that worked regardless of metaphysical beliefs. It attracted millions to Buddhist practice who would never have been interested in traditional Asian Buddhism's full religious framework. Whether this represents Buddhism's essential flexibility or its successful marketing through strategic misrepresentation remains debated. What seems undeniable is that the Buddhism most Westerners encounter today, rational, psychological, meditation-centered, non-theistic, is substantially a creation of the colonial encounter and subsequent modernizing movements, not a simple transmission of timeless Asian tradition. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, Buddhism and modern science entered into dialogue with surprising mutual interest. Neuroscientists studied meditation's effects on brain structure and function. Physicists noted parallels between quantum mechanics and Buddhist philosophy. Psychologists explored Buddhist approaches to suffering and well-being. This encounter strengthened claims that Buddhism was uniquely compatible with science among religions, but also raised questions about whether scientific validation was changing Buddhism into something else. The scientific study of meditation began seriously in the 1970s. researchers measured physiological changes during meditation, decreased heart rate, blood pressure, and metabolism, increased alpha wave activity indicating relaxed alertness, changes in stress hormone levels. These early studies, though sometimes methodologically weak, demonstrated that meditation produced measurable biological effects, not just subjective experiences. More sophisticated research followed. Richard Davidson and colleagues at the University of Wisconsin used fMRI brain scanning to study long-term meditation practitioners, including Tibetan Buddhist monks with tens of thousands of hours of practice. They found structural changes, increased thickness in regions associated with attention and sensory processing, enhanced connectivity between brain regions, and unusual patterns of gamma wave activity associated with heightened awareness. One particularly striking finding involved Mathieu Ricard, a French molecular biologist turned Tibetan Buddhist monk. Brain scans during compassion meditation showed extraordinary activity in regions associated with happiness and positive emotion, leading journalists to dub him the world's happiest man. This translated abstract Buddhist claims about cultivating well-being through mental training into neural correlates that scientists could measure and potentially replicate. These findings generated enormous interest. If meditation physically restructured brains and improved mental health, this validated Buddhist claims about the mind's plasticity and the importance of mental cultivation. It also suggested therapeutic applications. If meditation helped monks achieve extraordinary well-being and focus, perhaps adapted versions could help patients with anxiety, depression, chronic pain, or attention deficits. Mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, developed by John Kabat-Zinn in 1979, became the prototype for therapeutic applications. MBSR taught meditation techniques derived from Theravada Buddhist Vipassana practice, but without explicit Buddhist content. Participants learned body scanning, sitting meditation, and mindful awareness of daily activities. Clinical trials showed benefits for various conditions, leading to wide adoption in hospitals and clinics. Subsequent mindfulness-based interventions proliferated. Mindfulness-based cognitive therapy for depression, relapse prevention, mindfulness programs for chronic pain, addiction, eating disorders, and more. The therapeutic mindfulness movement grew into a massive industry with thousands of certified teachers, smartphone apps reaching millions, corporate mindfulness programs, and integration into schools. This represented Buddhism's most successful large-scale impact on Western healthcare and education. Practices that originated in Buddhist monasteries were now taught in hospitals, used by therapists, mandated in some schools, and practiced by millions of people who knew nothing about Buddhist philosophy or religion. Yet this success raised questions. Was this still Buddhism, or had something essential been lost when practices were extracted from their religious context? Critics coined the term McMindfulness to critique commercialized, secularized practices divorced from Buddhist ethics and philosophy. They argued that teaching meditation without Buddhism's ethical framework could make people better at being selfish, more focused, calmer, more effective in pursuing goals that might be harmful. Mindfulness for corporate productivity, for military applications, or simply for individual stress reduction, while ignoring social suffering, seemed to betray Buddhism's fundamental commitment to reducing all beings' suffering. Defenders argued that this criticism was elitist and unrealistic. If meditation helped people, that was valuable regardless of whether they accepted Buddhist metaphysics. Starting with simple stress reduction might eventually lead some to deeper engagement with Buddhism. Meanwhile, millions benefited from practices they would never have encountered had they required religious commitment. The Dalai Lama himself consistently encouraged scientific research and secular applications of Buddhist practices. Buddhist teachers navigated these issues differently. Some, like the monk scientist Mathieu Ricard, enthusiastically participated in neuroscience research while maintaining traditional Tibetan Buddhist practice. Others, like the Thai forest monk Ajahn Chah, taught meditation within a comprehensive Buddhist framework of ethics, philosophy, and renunciate practice, resisting secular extraction. Still others, like the American teacher Jack Kornfield, adapted teachings for Western lay practitioners, finding middle paths between traditional forms and complete secularization. The dialogue between Buddhism and physics added another dimension. Some physicists noted parallels between Buddhist concepts of emptiness, interdependence, and impermanence, and quantum mechanics' implications about reality's nature. Quantum phenomena seemed to demonstrate that particles lacked inherent independent existence, that observation affected what was observed, and that the universe was fundamentally interconnected in ways that challenged classical assumptions about separate, independent objects. Books like The Tao of Physics by Fritjof Capra and The Dancing Woolly Masters by Gary Zukav popularized these parallels, suggesting that ancient Eastern wisdom anticipated modern physics. The Dalai Lama, himself interested in science, participated in numerous dialogues with physicists, neuroscientists, and other scientists through the Mind and Life Institute, fostering mutual learning between Buddhist contemplatives and scientists. However, most physicists and philosophers of science remained skeptical of claiming deep parallels. Quantum mechanics was precise, mathematical, and experimentally testable. Buddhist philosophy was contemplative, conceptual, and experientially oriented. Surface similarities often reflected vague analogies rather than genuine correspondences. Using scientific terminology to validate religious teachings risked misunderstanding both science and Buddhism. Nevertheless, the perception of compatibility mattered culturally. Buddhism's image as the most scientific religion, the tradition whose claims about mind and reality could be empirically tested and validated, made it attractive to educated, scientifically minded individuals skeptical of traditional religious supernaturalism. Whether the compatibility was deep or superficial, it positioned Buddhism advantageously in cultures where science carried supreme epistemic authority. The scientific study of Buddhist practitioners revealed something important about Buddhist practices' effects. Long-term meditators showed genuine neuroplastic changes, enhanced attentional capacities, and improved emotional regulation. These were not merely subjective claims, but measurable biological phenomena. This validated the Buddhist view that mind training could fundamentally alter consciousness and experience, not through supernatural intervention, but through natural mechanisms of learning and neural plasticity. Yet science also revealed meditation's limits and risks. Some practitioners experienced adverse effects, anxiety, depression, dissociation, even psychotic symptoms. Not everyone benefited equally. The effects depended on practice type and duration, instructor quality, and individual differences. Meditation was powerful, which meant it could harm as well as help when applied incorrectly. This more nuanced picture complicated simplistic claims that meditation was universally beneficial. The integration of Buddhism and psychology produced another productive dialogue. Psychologists found Buddhist analyses of suffering, craving, and ignorance remarkably sophisticated anticipations of cognitive behavioral insights about how thoughts, emotions, and behaviors interact. Buddhist practices like mindfulness paralleled exposure therapy in allowing difficult experiences without avoidance. The Buddhist concept of Anatman resonated with psychological findings that the sense of self was constructed rather than discovered, yet significant differences remained. Buddhism aimed at liberation from the cycle of rebirth, not adjustment to ordinary life. Buddhist ethics derived from karma and the bodhisattva ideal, not from individual autonomy and harm reduction. Buddhist meditation might reduce anxiety as a side effect, but its goal was seeing through the illusion of self and achieving nirvana. Western psychology typically aimed at helping people function effectively in society, quite different from Buddhism's traditional goal of transcending worldly existence. Some psychologists attempted integrations. Mark Epstein wrote about Buddhism from a psychoanalytic perspective. Jack Engler explored developmental parallels between psychological maturation and spiritual development. Stephen Hayes incorporated mindfulness and acceptance into acceptance and commitment therapy. These represented genuine attempts to bridge traditions, not merely extracting techniques. The risk in all these scientific and psychological engagements was domesticating Buddhism, transforming it from a radical path of liberation into a wellness practice for individuals seeking therapeutic benefits within modern capitalist society. If Buddhism became primarily about stress reduction, productivity enhancement, and adjustment to the status quo, something essential would be lost. The critique of ordinary existence as fundamentally unsatisfactory, the call to radical transformation, the vision of complete liberation from craving and ignorance. Yet Buddhism had always adapted to different contexts. Just as it incorporated Chinese Taoist concepts, Tibetan indigenous practices, and Japanese aesthetic sensibilities while claiming to preserve essential teachings, perhaps engagement with science and psychology represented another skillful adaptation. The question was whether this adaptation preserved enough of Buddhism's distinctive vision to remain meaningfully Buddhist, or whether it created something so different it shouldn't bear the name. The scientific study of Buddhism provided empirical evidence for some Buddhist claims while finding others unsupported or untestable. Meditation did change brains and improve well-being through natural mechanisms. Buddhist practices of compassion cultivation did enhance pro-social behavior. Mindfulness did improve attention and emotional regulation. These were demonstrable effects, not requiring faith or supernatural intervention. But science could not validate metaphysical claims about rebirth, karma across lifetimes, enlightenment as complete cessation of suffering, or the existence of pure lands and bodhisattvas. These remained in the domain of religious belief, practicable but not scientifically verifiable. This created a tension within modern Buddhism, which aspects were essential and which were optional cultural additions. For many modern Buddhists, particularly Western converts, the answer was clear. Meditation, ethics, and philosophy about suffering, impermanence, and non-self were essential. Rebirth, cosmology, and deities were optional cultural elements. This created a Buddhism light, or Buddhism without beliefs, that retained practices and some philosophical framework while discarding supernatural and metaphysical elements that seemed incompatible with scientific worldviews. Critics argued this gutted Buddhism, removing the very motivation for practice, escape from endless rebirth, and reducing it to a self-help system for improving this life. Defenders argued it made Buddhism accessible and relevant for modern people, while preserving its most valuable insights and practices. The debate continued, playing out differently in various Buddhist communities and contexts. What seems clear is that the encounter with science has permanently changed how many Buddhists understand and present their tradition. The claim that Buddhism is compatible with science, even anticipated scientific findings, has become central to Buddhist apologetics. Whether this represents a genuine discovery of Buddhism's proto-scientific character, or a creative reinterpretation that fundamentally alters it, remains contested. But it has certainly made Buddhism more appealing and accessible in cultures where scientific authority dominates. After tracing Buddhism's 2600-year development from the Buddha's awakening under the Bodhi tree, through its transformations in Asia and encounters with modernity, we can finally address directly the question that began this inquiry: is Buddhism atheistic? The answer, unsatisfying but accurate, is it depends on what you mean by Buddhas, what you mean by atheistic, and which Buddhist you ask. Let us begin with definitional clarity. Atheism, strictly defined, is the denial or disbelief in the existence of God or gods. Theism is belief in a god or gods, particularly a creator deity who designed the universe, governs it through divine will, judges humans, and intervenes in history. Monotheism adds that only one God exists. Polytheism accepts multiple gods. Agnosticism claims uncertainty or considers the question unanswerable. Buddhism fits none of these categories cleanly. The Buddha rejected the Vedic creator god Brahma as a deluded being mistakenly believing he created the universe. He remained silent on metaphysical questions about cosmic origins, refusing to declare whether the universe was eternal or had a beginning. He taught that karma operated as impersonal causation, not divine judgment. He made no appeal to divine revelation or supernatural authority. This appears to be atheism, or at least agnosticism about creator gods. Yet the Buddha accepted the existence of devas, beings in heavenly realms with long lifespans and significant powers. Buddhist cosmology populated multiple realms with beings ranging from hell-dwellers to high gods. Mahayana Buddhism developed cosmic Buddhas and celestial bodhisattvas who responded to prayers and could help beings achieve liberation. Tibetan Buddhism incorporated elaborate deity practices and spirit cults. Pure Land Buddhism offered salvation through faith in Amitabha Buddha's grace. These elements suggest polytheism, or at least a thoroughly supernatural worldview. The key Buddhist distinction is between creator gods and dharmic beings. Buddhism denies any eternal, uncreated, omnipotent creator who designed the universe and rules through sovereign will. In this sense, Buddhism is genuinely atheistic regarding the god of monotheistic religions. But Buddhism accepts beings with extraordinary powers and long lifespans born through karma into various realms. These beings are not gods in the monotheistic sense, but share attributes of polytheistic deities. Philosopher of religion Ninian Smart proposed the term trans-polytheistic for Buddhism. It acknowledges numerous superhuman beings but subordinates all of them to the Dharma, the natural law of reality that operates independently of any being's will. Even the highest gods are subject to karma, impermanence, and suffering. They too must eventually die and be reborn elsewhere. No being, however powerful, transcends the fundamental conditions of existence. Enlightenment surpasses even the highest divine states. This framework makes Buddhism fundamentally different from both Western monotheism and classical polytheism. Unlike monotheism, there is no ultimate sovereign deity whose will determines reality. Unlike polytheism, the gods are not ultimate objects of worship, but beings caught in the same system as humans, capable themselves of seeking liberation. The ultimate reality is not personal, but consists of impersonal laws, dependent origination, karma, impermanence. Some scholars use non-theistic rather than atheistic to describe Buddhism. This terminology signals that Buddhism is not hostile to God in the way Western atheism often is, not actively denying divine existence, but simply finding the God question peripheral to its concerns. Buddhism's focus is suffering and liberation, not theology. Whether gods exist is less important than whether suffering can be ended. This non-theistic label better captures Buddhism's stance but still requires qualification. It works well for early Buddhism and some philosophical schools. It works less well for Pure Land Buddhism, where faith in Amitabha functions remarkably like monotheistic devotion, or for Tibetan Buddhism, where deity practices dominate. To call these atheistic or even non-theistic strains the term's ordinary meanings. We might better speak of multiple Buddhisms with different relationships to theism. Theravada Buddhism, particularly in its modernist forms, maintains fairly strict non-theism. Gods exist in cosmology but are irrelevant to liberation, which comes through one's own meditation and ethical practice. Zen Buddhism philosophically rejects divine intervention but exists within cultural contexts, saturated with ancestor veneration and spirit beliefs. Pure Land Buddhism offers salvation through Amitabha Buddha's grace, in ways phenomenologically indistinguishable from theistic devotion. though theologians insist Amitabha is not a creator god. Tibetan Buddhism incorporates elaborate deity practices within sophisticated emptiness philosophy that ultimately denies independent existence to those very deities. This plurality reflects Buddhism's historical development. Early Buddhism's non-theism gradually accommodated the human need for divine figures, protective powers, and salvific grace. Different cultures added their indigenous supernatural beings. Philosophical sophistication about emptiness and dependent origination developed alongside devotional practices that look like worship. Rather than seeing this as contradiction, Buddhists often explained it through the two truths doctrine. Ultimately, all phenomena, including gods, are empty. Conventionally, they exist and can benefit practitioners. The question of whether Buddhism is atheistic also depends on which Buddhists you ask. A Theravada forest monk trained in strict meditation practice and the Pali Canon might affirm Buddhism's non-theism, explaining that any gods are simply beings in the karmic system. A Japanese Pure Land practitioner who daily recites Namu Amida Butsu and aspires to rebirth in the Western paradise through Amitabha's grace might describe a very different Buddhism centered on devotional surrender. A Tibetan practitioner visualizing elaborate deity mandalas and praying to Dharma protectors experiences Buddhism filled with supernatural beings, even while philosophically understanding them as empty. A Western mindfulness practitioner might practice entirely secular meditation without any gods or cosmology. All of these legitimately claim to practice Buddhism, yet their relationships to theism differ dramatically. This is not simply corruption of original teaching versus authentic practice, though polemics often frame it that way. Rather, Buddhism has always been pluralistic, adapting to contexts, meeting different needs, and serving practitioners at various levels of philosophical sophistication and devotional inclination. The modernists claim that true Buddhism is non-theistic philosophy, while popular Buddhism corrupted it with superstition, reflects Protestant assumptions more than historical accuracy. Throughout history, most Buddhists believed in rebirth, made merit to improve future lives, prayed for protection from spirits, and sought help from bodhisattvas. Philosophical non-theism was primarily an elite monastic concern. Popular Buddhism was always thoroughly supernatural, mixing Buddhist elements with indigenous religions. Whether we should privilege philosophical positions over popular practice in defining Buddhism is itself a contentious question. Should we define Christianity by sophisticated theology, or by how most Christians actually practice? Should Islam be understood through philosophy or popular devotion? Similarly, Buddhism can be defined either by its most sophisticated philosophical articulations, which are indeed non-theistic, or by how most Buddhists have actually practiced, which is thoroughly supernatural. The scholarly consensus today is that both levels matter. Buddhism is simultaneously a sophisticated philosophical tradition rivaling any in human history, and a religious tradition providing meaning, ritual, community, and supernatural beliefs to ordinary people. The philosophy and the practice have always existed in tension, sometimes productive, sometimes problematic. What makes Buddhism distinctive is not atheism. Plenty of philosophical traditions are atheistic, but its combination of rigorous philosophy about consciousness, suffering, and liberation with religious practices that meet human needs for meaning, transcendence, and divine connection. Buddhism rejected creator gods and divine revelation while developing elaborate cosmologies and deity practices. It denied permanent selves while maintaining karmic continuity across rebirths. It emphasized direct experience and skepticism while creating traditions of authoritative transmission. These tensions, more than resolutions, characterize Buddhism. The question, is Buddhism atheistic, perhaps asks the wrong question. Better questions might be, how does Buddhism relate to divine beings? What role do gods play in Buddhist soteriology? How do different Buddhist traditions balance philosophical non-theism with religious practice? Can Buddhism maintain philosophical rigor about reality's nature while meeting human needs for devotion and transcendence? These questions admit nuanced answers varying by tradition, historical period, and individual practitioner. They acknowledge Buddhism's genuine distinctiveness, its focus on suffering and liberation rather than theology, its skepticism about metaphysical claims, its emphasis on practice over belief, while recognizing its participation in common religious patterns involving supernatural beings, salvific figures, and ritual practices. If forced to a single label, non-theistic probably fits better than atheistic. Buddhism does not actively deny gods the way philosophical atheism does. It relegates them to secondary status, subjects them to karmic law, and makes them unnecessary for liberation. This is functionally similar to atheism in denying divine authority over human destiny, but different in tone, purpose, and implications. Yet even this label requires qualifications for different Buddhist traditions. Some forms are more thoroughly non-theistic than others. Some practitioners experience Buddhism as a religion rich with divine beings and supernatural elements. Others practice an almost completely secularized Buddhism focused on meditation, ethics, and philosophy. Both extremes and everything in between exist within the vast family of Buddhist traditions. What seems most accurate is recognizing Buddhism's uniqueness. It is neither fully theistic nor fully atheistic, but occupies a distinctive position in religious history. It demonstrates that sophisticated religious practice, ethical commitment, and contemplative discipline can flourish without appealing to creator gods, divine revelation, or supernatural salvation. Yet it also demonstrates that even traditions beginning with such austere premises tend to develop devotional, ritual, and supernatural elements that meet human needs for connection with transcendent powers. The question's ultimate importance may lie less in categorizing Buddhism correctly and more in what Buddhism reveals about religion itself. Must religions include gods? Can religions be primarily philosophical and psychological rather than theological? Buddhism's existence proves that the answer to both questions is more complex than simple yes or no. It shows that religion encompasses phenomena broader than theism and atheism, belief and disbelief, philosophy and devotion. Buddhism is simply Buddhist, sui generis, in ways that resist easy classification. As we approach the end of this investigation, we face the core paradox. Buddhism began with a human being achieving awakening through his own effort, discovering that suffering arose from natural causes and could be ended through understanding and practice requiring no divine assistance. This teaching rejected creator gods, divine revelation, and supernatural salvation. Yet Buddhism developed into a religious tradition where millions pray to cosmic Buddhas, visualize elaborate deities, believe in heavens and hells, and seek rebirth in Pure Lands through faith rather than meditation. This paradox admits several interpretations. One sees it as betrayal. The Buddha's original insight was gradually corrupted by human needs for gods, ritual, and salvation through grace. According to this view, true Buddhism is the austere, non-theistic teaching preserved in early texts, while everything added later represents deviation from authenticity. This interpretation dominated Protestant Buddhist and modernist readings, but this view has problems. It assumes we can clearly identify original Buddhism, distinct from later developments, which historical scholarship increasingly questions. It privileges textual philosophy over lived practice, which reflects modern biases more than ancient realities. It presumes that human religiosity is purely intellectual, when anthropological evidence suggests ritual, devotion, and supernatural beliefs are fundamental to how most humans engage spirituality across cultures. Another interpretation sees the paradox as fulfillment. The Buddha's teaching was so profound that it could accommodate multiple levels of understanding and practice. Simple devotion, elaborate ritual, and sophisticated philosophy all expressed Buddhist truth appropriate to different capacities and contexts. The multiplication of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas revealed dimensions of enlightenment only implicit in early teaching. Rather than corruption, this was organic growth and development. This view has its own difficulties. It risks justifying any development as legitimate evolution, making it impossible to distinguish authentic from inauthentic Buddhism. It can become apologetics for practices the historical Buddha clearly would not have recognized or approved. It may paper over genuine contradictions rather than acknowledging them. A third interpretation emphasizes skillful means. Buddhist teachers deliberately developed diverse practices and teachings to guide different types of people toward liberation. Devotional practices provided accessible entry points for those unable or unwilling to commit to intensive meditation. Elaborate philosophy engaged intellectuals. Ritual met psychological needs for structure and community. No single form exhausted Buddhism. All were fingers pointing at the moon of awakening. This skillful means interpretation has textual support and practical appeal. It explains plurality without either condemning most developments as corruption or accepting everything as equally valid. Yet it also raises questions. Who determines what counts as skillful means? Can anything be justified this way? Does skillful means collapse into relativism? Perhaps the most honest interpretation simply acknowledges irreducible tension. Buddhism contains philosophical commitments, impermanence, non-self, dependent origination, rejection of creator gods, that exist in creative tension with religious practices, deity visualization, prayer, merit-making, seeking divine protection. This tension has always characterized Buddhism and shows no sign of resolution. Different traditions, teachers, and practitioners manage the tension differently. None has fully resolved it. This tension reflects a deeper truth about human religiosity. We are simultaneously rational and emotional, individual and social, philosophical and devotional. We seek both understanding and comfort, truth and meaning, independence and connection with powers greater than ourselves. A purely philosophical Buddhism might satisfy our rational faculties but leave emotional and social needs unmet. A purely devotional Buddhism might comfort and inspire but fail to challenge us intellectually. Buddhism's genius may be holding both in creative tension. The question of gods particularly crystallizes this tension. Philosophically, Buddhism's analysis of reality as dependently originated, empty of inherent existence, and pervaded by impermanence provides no foundation for eternal, uncreated, omnipotent deities. The logic of Buddhist philosophy points toward non-theism, yet religiously humans seem deeply disposed toward personal relationships with superhuman beings, toward prayer and devotion, toward hope for divine help. Buddhism accommodated this disposition while maintaining its core philosophical commitments. The Two Truths doctrine provided the primary tool for managing this tension. Ultimately, all phenomena, including gods, are empty, dependently originated without inherent existence. Conventionally, gods exist and function within the karmic system. Ultimate truth satisfies philosophical rigor. Conventional truth allows religious practice. Neither cancels the other, both operate at different levels of analysis. Western philosophy generally finds this solution unsatisfying, wanting single coherent metaphysics. But Buddhist philosophers argue that the demand for absolute consistency itself reflects ignorance about reality's nature. Reality manifests differently depending on analytical framework and level of observation. The emptiness of phenomena does not make them conventionally non-existent. Their conventional existence does not grant them ultimate independent reality. Both levels are valid and necessary. This philosophical move has parallels in quantum physics, where particles exist in superposition until measured, behaving sometimes like particles and sometimes like waves, depending on experimental setup. The demand that particles be determinately one or the other reflects classical assumptions that quantum reality transcends. Similarly, Buddhist Two Truths doctrine suggests that demanding phenomena be determinately existent or non-existent reflects dualistic thinking that enlightened understanding transcends. Whether this parallel illuminates or obscures is debatable, but it suggests that Buddhism's paradoxes may reflect genuine features of reality rather than mere logical failures. The tension between non-theism and religious practice, between emptiness philosophy and deity visualization, between self-effort and other power, may not require resolution, but simply acceptance as reflecting how consciousness and reality actually function. The practical impact of this tension varies. Some practitioners experience no contradiction, moving fluidly between philosophical study and devotional practice, meditation and ritual, non-theistic analysis and prayers to bodhisattvas. Others experience real conflict, feeling that devotional practices compromise philosophical integrity, or that pure philosophy leaves emotional needs unmet. Still others compartmentalize, maintaining separate frameworks for different contexts. Modern secular Buddhism attempts to resolve the tension by eliminating one side, retain meditation, ethics, and philosophy about suffering and non-self, while discarding cosmology, deities, and supernatural elements. This creates a Buddhism maximally compatible with scientific materialism and secular humanism. Its appeal is obvious in cultures where supernatural claims seem incredible. Yet critics argue it creates something so different from historical Buddhism that it perhaps deserves a different name. Traditionalists argue that eliminating rebirth, karma across lifetimes, and cosmology removes the entire context that made Buddha's teaching urgent. If this life is all that exists, why pursue liberation rather than ordinary happiness? If karma doesn't continue across lives, why prioritize enlightenment over worldly success? If no Pure Lands exist, why not focus on improving this world rather than seeking transcendence? Secular Buddhism risks becoming merely a therapy for adjusting to modern life, rather than a radical critique of ordinary existence. Yet secular Buddhism's advocates argue it makes Buddhist insights accessible without requiring beliefs that seem incompatible with scientific knowledge. If the Buddha's core discovery was that suffering arises from craving and ignorance and can be ended through understanding and practice, this remains valid whether or not rebirth literally occurs. The psychological and ethical insights stand independently of cosmological framework. This debate continues without resolution because it reflects genuinely different values and assumptions. Those who see religion primarily as providing truth about reality's nature judge Buddhism by whether its metaphysical claims are correct. Those who see religion primarily as offering practices for reducing suffering and increasing flourishing judge Buddhism by whether it works, regardless of metaphysical underpinnings. Neither position is simply right or wrong. What seems clear is that the question is Buddhism atheistic cannot be answered with simple yes or no, precisely because Buddhism itself contains multitudes. It is simultaneously one of history's most sophisticated non-theistic philosophical traditions and a collection of religious practices centered on supernatural beings and salvific grace. It began with one man's awakening and developed into elaborate cosmologies. It emphasizes direct experience and empirical testing while maintaining beliefs that transcend empirical verification. This very multiplicity may be Buddhism's most distinctive feature. Unlike traditions claiming single divine revelation that all must accept, Buddhism developed through diverse cultural encounters, philosophical elaborations, and practical adaptations while maintaining recognizable continuity. The result is not doctrinal uniformity, but family resemblance. Different Buddhist traditions share some features while differing in others, all claiming connection to the Buddha's awakening while expressing it through dramatically different practices and beliefs. The enduring paradox, then, is not a problem requiring solution, but a feature reflecting Buddhism's successful navigation of perennial tensions in religious life. It demonstrates that traditions can be philosophically non-theistic while religiously accommodating devotion, that they can emphasize human agency while offering divine assistance, that they can maintain sophisticated philosophy while meeting ordinary needs for ritual, community, and supernatural comfort, that they can be one thing in texts and another in temples, one thing in philosophical discourse and another in popular practice, without necessarily being incoherent or hypocritical. Buddhism's ability to hold these tensions without breaking them represents genuine achievement. Most traditions drift toward either philosophical rigor at the expense of popular accessibility, or popular appeal at the expense of philosophical depth. Buddhism has largely managed both, though not without costs and controversies. The price of maintaining both has been definitional vagueness and internal diversity that frustrate those seeking clear categories. The benefit has been a tradition rich enough to satisfy philosophers and ordinary practitioners, intellectuals and devotees, modern skeptics and traditional believers. Whether this ultimately serves liberation, Buddhism's ostensible purpose, or simply creates comfortable ambiguity, is itself debatable. But after 2,600 years and spread across virtually every culture in Asia and now the West, Buddhism's persistence suggests that its particular way of managing the paradox of philosophy and devotion, self-effort and grace, atheism and piety, has proven viable for millions seeking escape from suffering through awakening. We return to where we began, a monastery at dawn, the sound of a bell, silence. The question was whether Buddhism is a religion without a god or a godless philosophy that became a religion. After examining 2,600 years of history, doctrine, practice, and transformation across cultures, we can now attempt an answer, complex though it must be. Buddhism began with a human awakening that required no divine intervention. Siddhartha Gautama sat beneath a tree, and through sustained meditation achieved understanding of suffering, its cause, its cessation, and the path to that cessation. No god granted this insight, no revelation descended from heaven. One man observed his own consciousness carefully enough to understand how craving and ignorance perpetuated dissatisfaction, and how transforming consciousness could end it. This awakening led to teachings that rejected key features of theistic religion. No creator god designed the universe or controls it through sovereign will. No divine judge determines beings' fates. No eternal soul survives death. No revelation provides authoritative knowledge. No priestly intermediaries provide necessary access to salvation. Karma operates as impersonal natural law. Liberation comes through each being's own practice. The framework is naturalistic, empirical, and focused on consciousness rather than theology. These features made early Buddhism genuinely distinctive. It rejected the entire Vedic religious system that dominated Indian culture, the rituals, the sacrifices, the priestly authority, the caste hierarchy, all ultimately justified by divine establishment. Buddhism offered an alternative. Suffering could be understood and ended through human effort and insight. This was religion's full functionality, meaning, purpose, ethical guidance, liberation from existential anxiety, without appealing to gods. Yet Buddhism never claimed gods did not exist. The cosmology included devas in various heavenly realms. Supernatural beings appeared throughout the texts. What Buddhism denied was that these beings were necessary for liberation, or that any possessed ultimate authority. They too were caught in the cycle of rebirth, subject to karma and impermanence. The highest gods could benefit from Buddhist teaching. Enlightenment surpassed even divine status. This subtle position, accepting God's existence while denying their ultimate importance, distinguished Buddhism from both theism and atheism as usually understood. It was not theistic because it denied any supreme creator or divine authority over liberation. It was not atheistic because it accepted supernatural beings' existence within the cosmological system. It occupied a unique position, trans-polytheistic, non-theistic, or perhaps atheistic in the sense of being beyond or outside theism rather than opposed to it. This core teaching proved remarkably adaptable. As Buddhism spread, it incorporated local deities as Dharma protectors. It developed cosmic Buddhas and celestial bodhisattvas. It created elaborate deity visualization practices. It offered salvation through faith in Amitabha Buddha. These developments moved Buddhism toward devotional forms resembling theistic religion even while maintaining philosophical commitments to impermanence, non-self, and emptiness. The result was multiple Buddhisms with different relationships to theism. Theravada maintained relatively austere focus on meditation and individual effort, though even it included protective chanting and merit-making. Mahayana created elaborate cosmologies with multiple Buddhas and bodhisattvas while maintaining emptiness philosophy. Pure Land offered grace-based salvation remarkably similar to theistic devotionalism. Zen emphasized direct experience beyond concepts while existing within cultures saturated with ancestor veneration. Tibetan Buddhism developed elaborate deity practices within sophisticated non-dual philosophy. Throughout these developments, Buddhism maintained philosophical core denying creator gods, divine revelation, and supernatural salvation mechanisms while accommodating or developing practices that phenomenologically resembled worship, prayer, and divine intervention. The Two Truths doctrine provided the framework. Ultimately, all phenomena, including gods, are empty. Conventionally, they exist and function. Philosophy and practice operated at different levels without necessarily contradicting each other. Modern Buddhism added another dimension through encounter with science and secularism. Protestant Buddhism and subsequent modernist movements emphasize Buddhism's rational, empirical, non-theistic character. Mindfulness extracted meditation from religious context entirely. Scientific studies validated some Buddhist claims about consciousness and suffering, while remaining agnostic about metaphysical assertions. This created secular Buddhism appealing to those uncomfortable with supernatural beliefs, yet traditional forms continue worldwide. Most Asian Buddhists still believe in literal rebirth, make merit for better future lives, pray to bodhisattvas, and participate in elaborate rituals. The modernist interpretation, while influential among educated elites and Western converts, remains minority position globally. Buddhism's actual lived reality includes vast supernatural belief and devotional practice that purely philosophical descriptions miss. So what is Buddhism? It is a tradition originating in one man's awakening without divine assistance that developed into diverse religious forms, some thoroughly naturalistic and others elaborately supernatural, united by family resemblance and claimed continuity with the founder's insight rather than doctrinal uniformity. It is philosophical and religious, naturalistic and supernatural, focused on individual effort and offering divine grace, atheistic in denying creator gods and theistic in providing objects of devotion. Is it a religion without a god? Yes and no. Without a creator god? Yes, absolutely. Without gods plural? No. Most forms include numerous supernatural beings, some virtually indistinguishable from deities. Without divine authority over liberation? Yes. Enlightenment comes through understanding and practice. Without divine elements in religious life? No. Devotion, prayer, ritual, and supernatural beliefs pervade Buddhist practice. Perhaps the question itself reflects Western categories ill-suited to Buddhism. The assumption that religions must be either theistic or atheistic, that they centre on God questions, that belief in supernatural beings is their defining feature. These reflect monotheistic frameworks. Buddhism emerged from different contexts asking different questions. Not does God exist, but why do we suffer and how can suffering end? The God question was tangential to this central concern. This does not make Buddhism merely philosophy rather than religion. It possesses all religions' features: community, ritual, ethics, meaning-making, transcendent goals, institutions, sacred texts, specialized practitioners. It simply centers these on different questions and grounds them in different frameworks than theistic religions do. The most accurate answer may be that Buddhism is a religion that demonstrates religion need not be theistic to fulfill religious functions. It shows that meaning, ethics, community, transcendence, and liberation from suffering can be pursued without appealing to creator gods, divine revelation, or supernatural salvation. Yet it also shows that even traditions beginning with austere naturalism tend to develop supernatural elements, devotional practices, and figures approaching divinity as they spread and adapt to human religious needs. This suggests something about religion itself. The impulse toward transcendence, toward powers greater than ourselves, toward devotion and prayer seems deeply human, appearing even in traditions philosophically committed to naturalism. Buddhism accommodated these impulses while maintaining core teaching about suffering, impermanence, and non-self. Whether this represents strength or weakness, skillful means or compromise, remains debated. What seems undeniable is Buddhism's achievement, a tradition persisting 200 years without appealing to divine creator, maintaining philosophical rigor about consciousness and reality, providing practices that demonstrably reduce suffering, creating meaning and community for hundreds of millions, all while existing in creative tension between philosophy and devotion, naturalism and supernaturalism, human effort and grace. The Buddha sitting beneath the Bodhi tree achieved awakening alone through his own practice. This remains Buddhism's core promise. Liberation is possible through human effort guided by understanding. Yet the tradition that developed from this awakening created cosmic Buddhas, elaborate rituals and devotional practices, because humans apparently need more than philosophical truth. They need beauty, community, comfort, hope, transcendence, and connection with powers greater than themselves. Buddhism provides both: philosophical framework for understanding existence and religious practices for living meaningfully within it. The tension between these has never been fully resolved and probably cannot be. It reflects tension inherent in human nature between rational understanding and emotional needs, between individual autonomy and desire for divine assistance, between seeing reality clearly and needing comfort in the face of suffering and death. The monastery bell rings. Monks chant texts they've memorized but perhaps not fully understood. They meditate to see through the illusion of self while making offerings before Buddha statues. They study emptiness philosophy while visualizing deities. They work toward liberation through their own effort while praying for assistance from bodhisattvas. These paradoxes do not trouble them, because they understand, perhaps better than philosophers, demanding consistency. That human religious life encompasses paradoxes. Is Buddhism atheistic? The question now seems less important than recognizing what Buddhism actually is: a sophisticated tradition that rejects creator gods while maintaining religious forms, that denies divine necessity while creating quasi-divine figures, that emphasizes individual realization while offering communal support and divine grace, that maintains philosophical naturalism while accommodating supernatural beliefs that began with one man's awakening and developed into millions of people's religious practice across cultures and centuries. This is Buddhism. Unique, paradoxical, profound, frustrating, inspiring, and irreducibly complex. It is religion reimagined without divine creator, yet still recognizably religion. It is philosophy applied to liberation, yet more than philosophy. It is both atheistic breakthrough and religious tradition, both human achievement and something that transcended its human origins, both clear-sighted analysis of suffering and comforting presence of supernatural protectors. After 27,000 words exploring its history, doctrines, transformations, and contradictions, we find Buddhism escapes simple categorization. It is neither theistic nor atheistic, but uniquely Buddhist, a tradition that shows religion can flourish without creator gods, while demonstrating that even godless religions tend to create divine figures. This paradox is not problem to solve, but truth to contemplate. Perhaps religion, like consciousness itself, is more complex than our categories allow, pointing always towards something beyond concepts, words, and definite answers, something like the silence in that monastery at her dawn, where no gods watch but where meaning, nevertheless, resounds.